Hello, Little Mouse, the complete series, chapters 1 through 33. Written and narrated by Mira Rose. Artwork throughout the video is by CandyFluffs. You can find a link to CandyFluffs' social media as well as her online store in the description box. Go check her out. If you're new around here, hi, I'm Mira. I write and narrate Miraculous Ladybug Fanfiction in an audiobook format for you to enjoy. This particular video is a compilation of 33 chapters of a series that came out throughout 2021. Now then, if you're listening, comment the complete series. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a thumbs up. And please enjoy Hello, Little Mouse, the complete series. Chapter 1. Adrien Agreste in his bedroom. Well, this is horrible and boring. Adrian stared at his bedroom ceiling, an entire story above him, and sighed. Could he be doing something better with his time right now? Yes, absolutely. But was he going to? Okay, yeah, probably, but not right away. Anybody else feel like bedrooms are devoid of life when you're forced to stay in? Hashtag grounded. Hashtag at least I have a view, he tweeted, tossing his phone aside before curling upright. Okay, may as well make the most of having some free time. He'd done a good job hiding how far behind he was on homework from Natalie and his father, but now was as good of a time as any to catch up. Well, that's why he was grounded in the first place. He'd chosen the Cat Noir life over the Adrien Agreste priorities time and time again, and had the grades to show for it. Why didn't you bring cheese? Adrian looked up at Plag's question. Who are you talking to, bud? He asked, leaning back in his chair. You're a mouse, he heard the Kwame yell. What do you mean you don't have cheese? How curious. Adrian stood up and rounded the corner to see Plag shaking MultiMouse? What? Why was Marinette here? Never mind that. He needed to save her from Plag's clutches. Move, he said, tearing the Kwame off of the small superheroine. Hello, little mouse. Adrian feigned ignorance as he picked her up, cupping her in his hands. What brings you here? This. Marinette, MultiMouse held up a daisy. For you. For me? Adrian had to suppress his grin into a smile. She's so cute. Thank you. To what do I owe the pleasure? MultiMouse looked around the room as she scratched her cheek. Ladybug sent me. Ladybug did? His eyebrows shot up. Seriously? Once a team member, always a team member, she said. Wow, so even MultiMouse knew he'd failed Ladybug in the past. Great. Well, at least Marinette doesn't know he knows she's MultiMouse. Sure, LB said she wouldn't use her again, but it's not like Adrian knew her identity, so it worked. Is this all? He asked, setting her down on his piano. Huh? I mean, if you're down to hang out, that'd be nice. What? She drew her arms in, dropping the yellow daisy. Really? Us? Hanging out? Well, it's kind of a one-sided request. He forced a laugh, hoping it would relax the mood. It's not every day I can play hide-and-seek with an actual superhero, you know? Hide-and-seek? You can turn into, lots of yourself, right? Why not make a game of it? You want me to... You want me to hide? In your bedroom? Yeah. I'm not confident I can find just one of you, but if there are a dozen, I should have a chance. Oh, She twirled around, her back to him, and he heard her muttering to herself. "Okay," MultiMouse said, turning to face him again. "Great! So, I'll go," she began, crawling from the lid onto a black key. It sank a bit under her weight, but not enough for the hammer to strike. "That's adorable, actually." "Hold on," he said, scooping her up. "How about a wager?" "A wager?" "Yeah, if I can't find at least half, I'll buy you Starbucks." "And if you find more?" He thought about it for a moment. "Well, then I'll still buy Starbucks, but you have to do a favor for me." "Huh? Do we have a deal?" She looked around the room. "Sure." "Great. I'll close my eyes and you go hide a dozen times over." "Okay." He heard her jump to the floor as he stood in the middle of the room, hands over his eyes. "Ready!" she called, her voice echoing from all across the room. All right. A dozen MultiMouses. He could work with that. He realized that making her use her powers meant he only had a few minutes, and had to work quickly if he didn't want to put her in an awkward situation. "Gotcha," he said, lifting up the TV remote to find MultiMouse number 3 lying underneath it, straight as a pencil. She laughed and ran up his arm to take a seat next to the other 2 MultiMouses on his shoulder, one of which yawned and leaned on his neck before letting out a mild squeak and sitting up straight. Cute. "Don't tell Cat Noir we did this," the 7th MultiMouse said, scurrying up his arm. "That's weird. Why do you say that?" Had he somehow left a bad impression on her before? "Because he'd love to do something like this." And she didn't want him to? Huh. He hadn't realized Marinette wasn't a fan of him. "And you don't want that?" "Huh? You don't want this kind of interaction with him? Do you not like him or something?" He tried to sound as casual as possible. "What? No, I like him. I like him a lot, but..." "Is he the guy you're crushing on?" Adrian interrupted. He'd heard she'd had a big crush on someone. Could it possibly... "What, me? With Cat?" All of the MultiMouses shook their heads, some laughing and some denying it profusely as the ones he hadn't found ran out of their hiding places to protest. "No, not at all." Okay, he laughed, a bit hurt. "But is there someone you do like?" 12 pairs of eyes stared at him before finding something to look at. "Yeah," one of them squeaked. "I hope it works out. You seem like an awesome person, so dating you would be just that." A few of them looked at each other before electing one to talk. "What about you?" "Huh? Do you have someone you like? Is it Kagami?" "Kagami? I do like someone. I like them a lot, actually, but no, not Kagami." "You're just friends with her?" Look at this smart girl, using her mask to ask bold questions. "Not quite. I mean, I like her, but not in a crush way. I don't know how to explain it." They stared at the ground before sighing. "I should get out of here," one of them said as others ran to her. "You know, timed powers and all that." "When will you be back?" "Huh?" "So I can buy you Starbucks, obviously." He smiled and used his finger to ruffle her hair. "Oh, you don't have to." "I did find more than half of you, remember?" she squeaked. So then what am I? MultiMouse let the question linger, unfinished, between them. Camembert. Huh? I need you to pick up Camembert. I've already got a tab running with Leon, so don't worry about paying for it. He could tell she debated it. If you need to, just tell one of my classmates to drop it off, okay? Sure. That must have been her hesitation. She didn't know how long Ladybug would let her keep the Miraculous. This way, she could deliver it as Marinette while pretending MultiMouse sent her. Cool. See you later. Yeah. Bye, she said, giving a wave with her small hand before scurrying away. Okay. Back to homework. It'd only been 10-ish minutes of distraction, maybe 15, but now he felt refreshed and could probably focus better now. And who knows? Maybe she'd be back sooner than he thought. Either way, MultiMouse had pushed back the curtains of this grounding from a no-good, horrible day to a room full of soft sunlight. She might not be Ladybug, but Adrian knew this little mouse brought a little luck his way. Chapter 2. Adrien Agreste in his bedroom. Adrian laid on his bed, staring up at the ceiling whilst lost in thought about MultiMouse. Yeah, sure, Marinette was cute, but MultiMouse? Adorable! 12 out of 10. Should be featured in a kawaii compilation. Even when next to Plague, she... Wait. No. Plague. Adrian bolted upright, thinking over the afternoon's events again. No! She'd seen Plague! Marinette had seen Plague in his bedroom, and she had some kind of bias against Cat Noir. Oh no! This was horrible! And all Plague's fault. What if she put 2 and 2 together? She was super smart after all, and one of the coolest people he knew. So if she decided to stop being friends with him, that would be the end of his social life. He'd have to hole up with his anime and live with his father forever as a loser that never left his bedsheets with no friends at all because Plague felt the need to shake down his visitor for some cheese. Great. Adrian flopped onto his stomach, groaning into his pillow. Curse his Kwame and his greed for cheese. Or perhaps that was the curse. Either way, he needed to find out what she thought. She might have put 2 and 2 together by now after the trauma that comes from being shaken by a black orb. But enough time passed that she probably realized it was Kwame at best, and that he was Cat Noir at worst. Oh, Plague, you traitorous and foul beast. Should he call her? No, he wasn't supposed to know she was Marinette. She'd probably be embarrassed that he knew all along. Then again, if she knows he's Cat Noir and doesn't address it and keeps going to class, well, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. She could help cover for his absence during Akumathites. Yeah, that wouldn't be horrible. Okay, so maybe... Wait, no! She had a crush on Cat Noir before! Oh, that would make this super awkward! If either one of them had a crush on the other, it would mess up their relationship. One-sided feelings destroy relationships all the time, especially when said feelings leave one scorned. Fortunately, or perhaps not, his thoughts were interrupted by a squeak from across the room. He bolted up to see MultiMouse quaking by the corner of the couch under Plague's suspicion. She'd carried in a brown paper bag, sealed with a sticker from Leon's cheese store. No, Plag, stop it! He dove off the bed headfirst to try to scoop the Kwami into his hands. Now, there was no doubt MultiMouse knew. At the very least, he was a Miraculous holder. MultiMouse didn't say anything at the saving action, choosing instead to stare wide-eyed at him. He returned her stare as Plag tried to wrestle out. Hi, he said, unable to flash any kind of smile in the moment. Hello. She seemed just as startled as he was. So, Starbucks? MultiMouse blinked a few times before dragging the bag of cheese that must have been twice her weight in front of her. Sure. Here's your cheese. Cool. My cheese! Plag exclaimed, slipping from his grasp to pounce on the packaging and ripping off the sticker to enjoy his stinky gooness. But I'm actually under house arrest, so... Adrian began, rubbing the back of his neck as he ignored the elephant in the room. That's fine, I can... MultiMouse began. I'll order delivery. What would you like? MultiMouse looked away to think, avoiding both his eyes and Plag's existence. Something with fruit? Aw, she was so cute. For sure. Caffeine? Pass. It's a little late for that. Fair. He'd get her a refresher. Silence passed like a kidney stone as he tapped the order into his phone, wishing he could be normal in front of her, but clearly she was trying not to address Plag, and he was trying not to address her, not addressing Plag. So, did Cat drop Plag off for the day or something? MultiMouse asked, regular-sized after he invited her to sit next to him on the couch as they waited for their drinks. Did Cat... Wait, really? She hadn't put two and two together? No. Adrian chose his words carefully. Plag lives here. But that's crazy, MultiMouse said. Why would he live away from Cat? That doesn't make sense. He doesn't. What? Psh, no, of course he doesn't live here. If he lived here, that would mean... She froze, unable to finish her sentence. That would mean... She tried again. Interpret it as you'd like, Adrian said, choosing to look out the window instead of at her. Hopefully his face wasn't flushed. He got a knock at the door, and it was Natalie's temporary assistant with her order. Phew, talk about timing. He thanked her and took his time walking back from the door to the couch, thinking over what he could possibly say. Strawberries? She asked as he handed her the plastic tumbler. Yeah. Cool. Thanks. He tilted his drink back, spilling over himself before realizing the lid wasn't secure. Standing up in surprise and embarrassment, Adrian did his best to wipe himself off without realizing she stood up to help and elbowed her in the face. Oh no! He exclaimed, neglecting the tumbler still in his hand as he cupped her face and smashing the cold plastic into her cheek as consequence. She squeaked, jumping slightly at the touch, or perhaps the cold, and landed on his foot. Cursing, Adrian reacted by pulling his foot away from the source of pain, putting him off balance and toppling backward, all while still cupping her face. The two of them fell onto the couch with a far less dramatic thwomp than the situation demanded, embarrassed and pink and chest to chest as they stared into the other's wide eyes unironically. The tumbler, of course, came with them on the fall, sloshing liquid over MultiMouse's back and dripping down to further soak his shirt. Oh, no. How was a person supposed to respond in a situation like this? Go get towels, he sputtered, wanting any excuse to get out of the situation. Sure, she said, beet red and still towering over him. He waited a few moments before addressing the issue at hand. I need you to, I need you to move so I can, Oh, sorry. MultiMouse sat up before slipping off the couch, looking anywhere but at him. He couldn't blame her. He was doing the same thing. He pushed himself off, noting the pools of liquid sitting atop the leather and how his shirt had run off since he was vertical. He all but ran to the bathroom, grabbing the fluffiest of towels for MultiMouse. Here, he said, popping his head out of the bathroom and tossing them to her. For you. Oh, thanks. No problem. Adrian retreated back inside the bathroom and pulled his shirt off, already uncomfortable from the stickiness on his skin. Hey, Adrian? A voice called out from around the corner, and one of his nightmares came to fruition. MultiMouse walked into the bathroom to see him standing, shirtless, then squeaked and ran out as he, too, squeaked and pulled his arms and sticky shirt to his chest as a last-ditch effort for modesty. Oh, could this get any worse? Between a revealed identity that Marinette refused to acknowledge, to him spilling his drink on himself, then spilling it on her, and then getting caught shirtless? He sure lived up to the title of Black Cat today, huh? Dreading the girl on the other side of the door, Adrian mopped himself up as best he could, grabbing a clean towel to wrap around his shoulders and torso before leaving the bathroom to get a new, clean shirt. Okay. It can't get any more awkward than this, so it was time to address the Kwame in the room. And, well, actually get dressed. Chapter 3. Adrien Agreste in his bedroom. Hey, little mouse, Adrian called out, sticking his head out of the bathroom with a towel clutched to his chest. Curse this bedroom setup in the distance between the bathroom and the walk-in closet. MultiMouse? He tried again. His call echoed across the room. Did she leave? Strange. Marinette seemed more polite than going without a word. Well, he could worry about that once he got his shirt on. He debated the risk of making a mad dash for his closet, but if she were here, that would be just as embarrassing as walking with a towel for modesty, if not more. Taking a sharp breath, Adrian padded from his bathroom to his closet, trying his best to not look around. His worries were for naught. Once he got a fresh shirt and an extra swipe of deodorant on, Adrian confirmed that it was just him and Plague in the bedroom. Great. He'd have to clear this up with her, but he wasn't sure how he could do that. Still unable to find a solution, a new day came, and Adrian found himself at the front steps of his school. Unfortunately for his anxiety, Marinette wasn't out front to greet him like she normally was. Oh, Camembert. Between himself and Plague, they'd really screwed this up. He'd made sure to greet Nino and Alia, of course, but he couldn't tell if he wanted to hurry up and get to the classroom or to let each step take as long as possible. Neither one proved to be the best option, as he all but collided with his source of anxiety as she came out of the bathroom. "Adrian!" she squeaked, bumping into the wall beside them to avoid his body. The body she saw shirtless the night before. "No! Don't think about it, Agrest! Chin up!" "Marinette," he said, his smile tight as his eyebrows raised themselves without consulting his consciousness first. He covered the pocket plague called Cheese Desert while he was at school, as though the Kwame would pop out and introduce himself for some reason. "Adrian," Marinette repeated. "Heading to class?" "No." She slapped a hand over her mouth. Yes," she said, casually splitting the fingers of her censoring hand across her lips and nose. "Cool." Adrian wasn't comfortable enough to offer to walk up with her. "Well then, excuse me." He brushed past her and walked into the bathroom, hoping his side of the interaction seemed normal. It was, right? He wasn't an awkward pancake, right? "Slick," Plague said, flying out as soon as they were out of sight. "It's not like you could have done better." "Of course I would have. I would have asked her if she picked up any more cheese." Adrian sighed, looking at himself in the mirror. How was he supposed to get through today? He should have taken her aside when he had the chance and cleared things up, or at least figured out where they stood together. It was fairly obvious something changed between them, because now that she knew he was Cat Noir, she also knew he knew she was MultiMouse. There's no squeaking past that little detail. No, their relationship changed, but he was determined to make it for the better. "Meet me after class," he typed in his phone, looking it over before deleting it. No, he couldn't send something like that. He needed to ask in person, otherwise it'd create too much anxiety. Marinette was too precious a friend to him. Adrian couldn't do that to her. He wouldn't do that to her, even if it wasn't as convenient for himself. Putting one step in front of the other while stuffing Plague back into the cheese pocket, Adrian dropped off his things in his locker and trudged upstairs. He heard his conscience, hoping she wouldn't be there when he walked in, but shooed the thought away. No, none of that now. He couldn't get rid of anxiety, but he could beat it back with a stick while getting stuff done. "Hey," he said, speaking out before Marinette could turn away from their brief eye contact when he walked in. Adrian slid into his desk and started talking as he pulled out his notebook. "What do you say me and you swing by the cheese store on the way home?" He looked up as he spoke the last few words to see her staring wide-eyed. "You want to go to the cheese store?" Nino began. "I mean, didn't we just—" "You mean Marinette, right?" Alia said, cutting Nino off as she clawed her nails into his shoulder. "We already have plans. Sorry about that." "That's perfect, actually. I was hoping to make time just for the two of us." Adrian flicked his eyes from Alia to Marinette, hoping to emphasize the unspoken message. She'd understand, right? "After school?" Marinette swallowed. "Today?" "Yeah, you said you're free, right?" Alia chimed in. Adrian chose to not respond, giving Marinette an out if she needed one, but he didn't tear his eyes away from hers. He couldn't. Even though they were friends and he wanted the best for her, he still needed to deal with someone, superhero or not, finding out his secret identity. Yeah, sure, totally." "Great. Besides, I feel like I owe you another Starbucks after that mishap." She froze at his words and, while it wasn't meant to give her anxiety, it told her something she should have already known. He, Cat Noir, knew she, Marinette, was MultiMouse. He felt the weight of Alia's raised eyebrow, but shed a smile at the girls and turned to the front as their teacher walked in. Was he shaking from the interaction? Yes, but thankfully today's pair of jeans were loose enough to hide the tremors circulating across his body. Sighing to release the weight of the exchange, Adrian threw his concentration into his classes, knowing full well this afternoon would change the trajectory of one of his best friendships. He, the cat, would have to talk to the little mouse one-on-one, and time would tell if it was for the better. Chapter 4. Adrien Agreste, swallowing his anxiety. "Ready to go?" Adrian asked, turning around and locking in eye contact with Marinette before either of them had a moment to so much as pack their things. "Who, me?" Marinette flashed an all-toothed smile, but he could tell it wasn't genuine even if Alia hadn't elbowed her in the ribs as she spoke. "No, I was talking about Ladybug," he joked, realizing it was in poor taste considering they were going to talk about her status as MultiMouse. "May I carry anything for you?" He noticed Alia bite back a remark, but didn't draw attention to it. Sure. Give me just a minute though, okay?" "Sounds great. Meet me outside." "Perfect." That went better than expected, right? Adrian had to restrain himself from humming, not knowing how that would affect Marinette mentally. He gathered his things and hopped down the stairs, beelining past Chloe and Sabrina's chatter. He debated checking himself over in the bathroom mirror, but didn't want to miss Marinette when she came out and forewent the idea. Trampling his anxiety, although it wasn't as great as it once was, Adrian greeted her with a smile in the sunshine when she came out of the building and escorted her to the car. Would he have preferred to walk to the cheese store and Starbucks on foot? Yes, undoubtedly. But rules were rules, and even stopping by his usual places on the route home felt like a bending of rules when there was someone else in the car. "Cheese or drinks first?" he asked, hoping making a choice would make her more comfortable. She looked like a mouse caught in a trap. Cute, but clearly on edge. "Drink!" she exclaimed. "Drink is good." "Drinks it is." He gave a friendly chuckle, but he noticed her shoulders tighten. Whoops. Best not use that right now. Got it. Besides, if they finished talking before their drinks, Leon wouldn't mind them walking in with them. "Do you know what you want already?" They both opted for steamers, her with almond and cherry flavoring, and his with vanilla, almond, and blackberry. Yum. He had them steam it at a lower temperature, because he'd rather be disappointed with a quickly cooling drink than be uncomfortable with a burned tongue, although it might keep him from saying things he shouldn't. "So, Marinette said, warming her fingers on the cup. He hadn't expected her to break the silence. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense that she was MultiMouse. She was brave enough to be a hero, but still a bit skittish whenever he saw her. "So, the girl you like is Ladybug?" She squeezed her cup until her knuckles turned white, only looking at him as she spoke the last word. That wasn't how he expected her to open the conversation. Yeah. Adrian ran a hand through his hair. He had to look away. "You got me." "You like Ladybug?" Yes. It's not that surprising, is it? Working with someone like that every day? Even if I hadn't fallen for her right away, it was bound to happen, don't you think? What? Like fate? I don't want to sound like a stalker or a hopeless romantic or anything, but yeah, no matter who she is under that mask, it feels like I'm fated to be with her, you know? Even if it never turns romantic. I was meant to meet her. She didn't answer, and he knew he'd crossed a line. He opened his mouth to apologize for making her feel uncomfortable, but she beat him to it. "Because you're..." She sucked in a breath, her next sentence tumbling out in a sigh. "You're Cat Noir." "Yes." He flashed a smile as he raised his cup. "Yes, I am." The blackberry steamer washed down the anxiety the confession gave, letting the relief steep through the steam. "Oh, okay," Marinette said, staring at her drink. "You like Ladybug?" "I'm surprised you remembered I like anyone. He'd only mentioned it once, maybe twice, and never by name." "Well, it's not easy to forget Cat's affections for his partner," she said into her cup, choosing that moment to take a sip. He chuckled, knowing the warmth on his cheeks wasn't from his beverage of choice. "What, do you know something?" "Uh-huh." Her attention snapped from the cup to him, making the first organic eye contact between them all day. "You and Ladybug. Has she ever talked about me?" "Talked about you?" "You know, like girl talk?" He kept a smile pressed on, but realized how poor of a choice it was to ask. He surely didn't look good in the light the question gave. Well, she likes you." Adrian felt his body melt into the same temperature as his drink. "She does." His voice turned breathy, which was better than raspy or choked, he supposed. She fumbled with her drink and looked away. "Well, obviously. She wouldn't have given you the snake Miraculous if she didn't." Oh, that's what she meant. For a glimmer of a betraying moment, Adrian thought she meant Ladybug likes Cat Noir. Yeah, he knew better than anyone it couldn't be that simple. "Oh, yeah, right." "Makes sense now why you didn't follow through with it." "Believe me, I tried." He took the lid off his cup and stared at the milk inside. "But Ladybug and Aspic just don't have the same ring to it, you know?" "I suppose it doesn't," she sighed, mirroring him by taking her lid off too before downing the remains in a single swing. "You good?" Adrian finished off his drink before crumpling the cup and tossing it into the garbage. He'd never met someone who knew his identity before, besides Master Fu, but he doesn't count. He wasn't sure how people were supposed to respond. Yeah, it's just..." She took a breath before throwing her cup away. "I'm processing all of it." "Take your time. It's not every day you find out your classmate is the most wanted superhero in the world." "By Hawkmoth, you mean?" "Well, I don't mean Ladybug, but that'd be nice." He noticed her pink cheeks as she pulled her scarf back up, shoving her hands in her pockets. She looked extra small in the extra layers, just like a mouse in her nest. How cute. "Yeah, it just, well, changes things." "You good?" he asked a second time. He thought he knew Marinette pretty well, but he couldn't get a read on her this time around. It was strange to hear her speak without her natural stutter. Yeah, I am. Cheese store?" "Sounds great, yeah." Adrian flashed a smile, but it was only in relief. Good. Things hadn't changed too much. They could still be friends, right? Yeah. Even though she knew his identity now, they could still be friends. Chapter 5. Adrien Agrest at the cheese store. "So, I'm gonna sound like a jerk for asking this, but I gotta know," Adrian began, watching Marinette stare at a display. Have you ever had cravings for cheese ever since you became MultiMouse? The long stare Marinette gave him as she turned her head reminded him of Ladybug, but that was beside the point. No, she sighed. No, I don't. She seemed weary, and it upset his stomach. Had she tired of him already? Marinette never acted like this in front of him. He'd only ever seen her body language like this in front of Chloe and Cat. While she got along with Cat Noir, she didn't sigh at Adrien the same way she sighed at Cat Noir. And now she was. She sighed at him like she sighed at Cat Noir. Why did that make him feel like he lost something? Well, I suppose that's perfectly reasonable, he tried, and he saw her jaw tighten. Yeah, okay. Maybe she didn't care for Cat Noir. That's a shame. Does this mean they couldn't be friends anymore? She stood right next to him, but all of a sudden, Adrian missed Marinette. Here, she said, pulling a party tray off the display table. How much of this do you think Plag will share? Plag? Share? For when I come over next time. Next time? She nearly dropped the tray, although he couldn't tell why. I mean, if you'll have me, she squeaked. I just, figured it would be easier for, MultiMouse to come over when the cat can't come out to play, you know? Adrian bit back a laugh. There she was. Marinette may have tried to play it cool, but it figures she could only hold her composure for oh so long. I'm looking forward to it, little mouse. He reached out and patted her head without realizing it until his palm was on her hair, a habit he'd wanted to develop after dozens of anime watching sessions. She physically froze at the gesture the same way his blood did internally. Whoops. Well, I'll see you tonight? She asked, looking up at him as his hand fell from her scalp to the back of her neck. Yeah. She sure knew how to make him feel better about his awkwardness. That sounds absolutely perfect. He expected her to laugh at his pun, but instead, her smile tightened. We'll do the math assignment, if that's all right, she said, taking a step back. 1 + 1 = yes, he said, shooting finger guns as she went up to pay. Ugh. Seriously, Adrian? Finger guns? Marinette is one of the coolest people in the world and you shoot her finger guns? Nerd. Dork. Well, either she hadn't seen it or it wasn't a deal breaker, because 2 hours later he heard a squeak from the bathroom and opened it to find MultiMouse wrapped around a faucet as Plag cackled, turning the spout on full. Plag! Adrian exclaimed, slamming it off with enough force to shake the hardware. Oops. Sorry, Marinette. She brought you cheese! While he shouldn't have to point out that detail to correct his behavior, he knew it'd be super effective. She did? You have a memory of a dog, you know that? Plag gasped. How dare you? Those uncivilized monsters can't even appreciate Camembert. The insult proved effective. Hey, little mouse, Adrian said, scooping her with both hands so she could secure her safety in his palms. Thanks, MultiMouse said, a bit winded. Snacks and homework? Sounds like a much better time than this, she joked. Yeah, sorry about that. What, do I have to bring a morsel of cheese with me to secure safe passage? I think Plagg likes being able to pick on someone his own size. Well, next time I'll be sure to change the dynamic. Nothing like a little trauma to keep the Kwame away. Adrian laughed, setting her down on the piano bench. I'll keep that in mind. To his surprise, she didn't make herself bigger right away. Have you started the homework? Not even a bit. Good. Her grin lit up her face like it lit his heart. Me either. So then we can... Together? Only if you make a copy of yours for me, because I didn't bring much to this homework date. Her smile froze. I mean, party! A party! Just the two of us. Well, not just the two of us here. Plagg's here too, obviously. But, well, it's... A study date sounds good to me. He ruffled her hair with a finger. Give me a minute to make those copies, okay? With his heart light as though the dusk outside were the dawn of a new day, Adrian found himself with a new burst of energy. Be she MultiMouse or Marinette, her existence always brightened his day. Anyway, copy machine. Yeah. No need to get swept up in emotion when there's work to be done. He'd make the copy and then be back to greet the little mouse. There was no better way to end his evening than with homework with one of his best friends. What did she call it? A homework date? Yeah. Adrian knew he'd enjoy his homework date with Little Mouse. Chapter 6. Adrien Agreste, lighthearted. How did this take 2 hours with both of us working on it? Adrian lamented, landing back onto his hands. He and Marinette sat cross-legged on the floor, their homework scattered in front of them. Marinette, detransformed so Mulo could snack, laughed and sat up straight, biting her lip like she wanted to suggest something. It took us a bit, huh? Listen, after problem 24, we deserve ice cream or something. She giggled, her hand covering her mouth as she pulled her knees to her chest. Now that I think about it, you've got a bit of a sweet tooth. If I had your Miraculous, I would make myself huge so I could eat more dessert. But then the treats would get smaller. Oh, right. He crossed his arms. Then I'd eat the treats while I'm small so they could last longer. That's silly. Her grin outstretched her fingers, bright and shining like a space heater for his chest. Wanna go get something? Uh-huh. Treats? Yeah, let's go get some cookies or something. I know a pretty good bakery around here, Adrian said, tossing her a wink. Oh! Her cheeks darkened. He knew she liked it when he praised her parents. Yeah, we should, we could go together. That is, if you wanted to. I mean, I could totally go on my own and bring some back, of course. I'm sure you've... Marinette. Adrian laughed, shaking his head. Got other things to do, so I can go get them by myself and we can eat them together. Or, you can eat them by yourself, if you wanted to. Either way is fine, right? I mean, Marinette. He tried again. I'm sure you like to rest and relax. I mean, we did just spend way too long on the math exercise, and Marinette. Adrian grabbed her by the shoulders, his head hanging in the space between them as his laughter shook out of him. Marinette, it's fine. We can go together. He looked up, eyes meeting hers as she turned pink from his candid entertainment. Together, then? She tried to shrug despite his hands on her shoulders. Okay, cool. Yeah. He removed his hands as she tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. Hey, Plug, he called out. The Kwamis were a bit too quiet, which shouldn't be suspicious, but this was plague. Who knows what could happen between two magical creatures when one of them had the social skills of an electric screwdriver and the predictability of an iPhone update? Plague! He tried again. I'm going out. Want me to swing by the cheese store? You can't leave without me, his Kwami called, his voice closing the distance between them before he finished the exclamation. I'm your only way out. You got that right, he chuckled. Adrian spared a glance at Marinette, a bit nervous, before taking a breath. Claws out. He heard Marinette call for Mulo as he cleaned up the strewn papers and their rolled-away pens, sliding them into her backpack. Okay. Cat Noir looked up to his bedroom walls, then down to meet Marinette's eyes. You're cute, he said, swinging her backpack over his shoulder before reaching down and offering her his palm. Let's go. Okay, she squeaked. Hold on tight, he said, placing her atop his head as he made his way to the bathroom. Up here? I figure that's where you'll get your best grip, right? Besides, it should smell like coconut up there. He heard a tiny breath above him and couldn't help but chuckle at her smelling his hair after basically suggesting it. She's so cute. He grabbed his baton, opened the window, then slipped out into the night, melting into the darkness as he moved from one rooftop to the next until he landed on Marinette's porch, then squeaking down the side of the building on his baton. You good? He called up. Yeah, smells like a vacation. It seems like a vacation. You know, not having to do the traveling by myself. Oh, I bet. I love my shampoo. I actually swiped it from a set I was on a few weeks back. Oh, wow, like a luxury brand? A bottle goes for like 40 euros, I think, he said as he opened the bakery's door, the bell clanging as Tom looked up and greeted him with a grin larger than his face could contain. That's where she got it from, isn't it? Bonjour! Got any cookies? Cat called out. Of course, Tom boomed. How many would you like? 2 would be great. To go or eating outside? To go. Perfect. I'll wrap that up for you. Scurrying out after paying, although he was sure MultiMouse tugged his hair multiple times in an effort to get him to take up her father's on-the-house offer, Cat scampered up to the patio and let her down gently onto his shoulder, figuring it was too chilly to let her sit on the metal balcony framing. Here, Cat said, breaking a piece of the cookie off and handing it to her. I could make myself bigger, you know, she said, her breath tickling his cheek. It's an experiment, he said, waving his finger and trying to speak softly, not knowing how his words would feel to a person her size. More like a challenge. Cat held his tongue for a moment, letting the silence converse itself between them as they chewed, before responding. Thanks for today, Marinette. Today? I needed it. Well, yeah, it's always nice doing homework with, a friend. No. How could he say it? Thank you for letting me be me. Haven't I always? Perhaps she was right. No one fought for him quite like she did. I didn't know it would be this nice. What is? Sharing a secret with someone. He raised his shoulder to brush her into his cheek. Oh, yeah. Kind of feels like a TV show, don't you think? And being a superhero doesn't? she laughed. Cat smiled as he looked out at the city, not having the heart to tell her he meant a show about a group of friends instead of a DC Comics adaptation. Oh well. Whatever, but thank you. I mean it. Well, you're welcome. He felt her brush his hair away from his cheek, then froze and melted at the next touch at the same time. It might be between friends, but MultiMouse pressing her lips to his cheek made his heart flutter and his hands flex as energy coursed through him. I like you so much, he said aloud. He continued before she could get the wrong idea. You're the best, little mouse.
Thanks.
Her words landed gently in his ear.
I think you're the best too.
He'd heard those words before, but this time it hit different. Marinette knew who he was, probably better than anyone besides Plague, and she still had the heart to say it in earnest. It made his heart swell. She didn't realize the weight of the compliment and how he'd use it for fuel during his next emotional crisis. Well, thank you for this lovely evening, he said, extending his arm so she could scamper down. I'll see you at school tomorrow.
Yeah.
She hopped onto the railing.
I'll see you at school tomorrow, Adrian?
He smiled, warm from their little secret against the cold wind. Yeah, he said, taking out his baton before giving her a pat on the head with his finger. I'll see you tomorrow, Marinette. And with that, he left, his heart and belly both satisfied and full. It was strange. Normally, he'd part with longing to stay or the dread of returning home, but not this time. No, this time, Cat felt at ease in his own skin. How strange, but welcome. For the first time in a long time, Adrien, as Cat Noir, felt comfortable being himself.
Chapter 7.
Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir.
Pound it!
Cat Noir trotted over to Ladybug, swinging his hips just enough to make his tail swing, but not enough to draw attention to his peach emoji. Next time, we should use MultiMouse, he blurted out, unable to cover his mouth as his knuckles brushed Ladybug's.
I heard you've been spending some time with her.
She took the comment in stride and crossed her arms. Ladybug had a way of putting him at ease, and this time her smirk did just that. Is that why my ears burn at night? I'm the hot gossip at the superheroine slumber parties?
You wish.
She gave his bell a ring, and his heart molded into putty at the touch. What are you planning to do in your little cat and mouse game? First of all, he held up his hand as his ring beeped. It's not a game. She's like my best friend. And second of all, you told her I was Aspic, even though identities are supposed to be, like, a secret. Her eyes widened. A red dot finally caught by her kitten. I'm teasing, he chuckled, taking a step back as he cut off her response. Unless you're, like, jealous or something.
Of MultiMouse?
Ladybug crossed her arms.
Nah, no biggie. Not at all.
Not even a little?
Well...
She stretched her arm up, pushing away the sky.
As long as I don't lose my ice cream partner.
He laughed, His heart warmed and chilled in the same moment. I pinky promise. Next time, you mean? He looked down to his ring's final beep and sighed. Next time it is. Cat skedaddled away, landing just in time before Plague flew out, panting with his usual dramatic performance for cheese. Sweet, sweet camembert, he yelled, moving so quickly he actually looked like a supernatural being instead of the brainless toaster oven intelligence he usually sported. Adrian caught a glance at himself, smiling in the bathroom mirror, and froze. How strange. Normally he wouldn't smile after leaving Ladybug. As happy as he always was to see her, parting was such sweet sorrow. So, why? Were his feelings maturing just a bit? Well, that's nice. It's nice he wasn't crippled by their parting. Not that it happened all the time, but still. It was nice to come home energized by his meeting with Ladybug without wondering too hard about the next time he'd see her. It must be thanks to the plans he had with Marinette tonight. It's incredible what a difference it made. Hey! Adrian lowered his gaze to the counter to see MultiMouse sitting on the faucet. That's a cute picture. Hey, he answered, walking over. Wait long? I knew I'd beat you, she said. Akumavite news travels quickly. Well, actually, I got here just after you, but Plague was a nice attention grabber. Did you? I hadn't noticed. He did, however, notice his crazy big grin in the mirror. Did he always look like this when talking to a friend? It was more like a male lead smile. He should probably change it, else Marinette might get the wrong idea. He didn't want her to think of him as some kind of womanizer. That'd be horrible. I'm surprised he didn't, considering what I brought. She pointed to a her-sized wrapper on the counter. Yes. A peace offering, he said, recognizing the sticker from Leon's cheese store on it. And only one piece, which is understandable because, considering the courier's size. We'll see if he thinks of it that way. They laughed together, echoing the moment across the bathroom's tile and along its walls. Yeah, that's what this was. Being with MultiMouse was like biting into a warm cookie, memorable and nostalgic at the same time. Homework? She asked, jumping off the faucet and running up the side of the sink. Unfortunately, yes, Adrian sighed. At least we're together. MultiMouse slipped on the last stretch of porcelain. Yes, she squeaked, trying to compose herself before he walked over and picked her up. Together! Right. Looks like I'll need to print out another copy again, huh? Thanks. She looked up and grinned. I'll buy you ice cream then, okay? He stopped under the bathroom's threshold. Nah, don't worry about it. I insist. Adrian began, rubbing his hand from his cheek to the back of his neck. There's already a girl I eat ice cream with. He looked away as he said it, already feeling the heat festering on his face. Oh! Okay. Cool. Yeah. Sorry. He bit his lip before looking down at her in his palm. No, it's totally awesome, she squeaked. Glad you think so. Relief washed over him as he stepped into his bedroom, but I'm totally down for getting some cookies again. My father will be thrilled, she said, matching his smile. She's so awesome. What do you think of Ladybug? He asked, too comfortable to filter his thoughts. Ladybug? Yeah, Ladybug. She's cool? Yeah, she is. Adrian sat, crisscross applesauce, on the floor so they could be eye level as she stood on the coffee table. You like her? He used both hands to push hair behind his ears. Yeah, he confessed. Why? Her question, soft and breathless, almost sounded like defeat. Did she like someone? Was she trying to figure out what a guy found attractive in a girl? Well, for starters, she's brave. Oh. What, did you think it was because she's pretty or something? Well, she is. Adrian looked out at the city as he continued. Brave and confident, willing to admit to mistakes. She's not a perfect team leader, but she's working on it. She stays as long as she can to check in with victims when it's all said and done. Stands up for what she thinks is right, and, of course, she's, super pretty. He leaned her way and wiggled his eyebrows as he said it. Super pretty? Yeah, she's just like you. Hopefully that would give her some confidence. Whoever the guy she likes is, he'd be missing out if he chose another option. Oh! Wow. Thank you. She turned away from him. This girl didn't get enough compliments, did she? Then again, she's had Chloe in her class for years, so hopefully the way he spoke to her was a breath of fresh air. But my feelings toward Ladybug don't matter right now. They don't? She turned back around, face still flushed. The last thing I want her to find out is I failed a class by not doing my homework or something. What if she asks for a new Cat Noir? He joked. Oh! MultiMouse's laugh rang like a bell, and he stood up to grab copies. Be right back. Take your time. I've got a Kwame to feed. Not thinking much of her comment, Adrian went to get the materials they needed from his backpack, light-hearted and looking forward to the evening. As usual, he could trust Marinette to be an everyday ladybug. Well, MultiMouse. So, Marinette, extra cute edition. That's perfect. Yeah. Coolio. Man, he sure was surrounded by awesome young women, wasn't he? One of these days he should take them both out for ice cream or something. Actually, that's not a bad idea. You'd have to ask Ladybug about it. Yeah, he'd ask Ladybug about having a bonding party with all of his teammates. That was a good idea. Hopefully, MultiMouse would think so too. Chapter 8. Adrien Agreste. Oh, that's cute. Adrian picked up Marinette's notebook to inspect a sticker on it. It was a little black cat batting at a ladybug. Oh, thanks, Marinette said, dropping the pen she twirled. Where'd you get it? Huh? Oh, I made it? You made this? He looked up, lips parted slightly. She'd made this? It was so cute! But also, how? I, got a machine for it this past Christmas. Wait, there are sticker machines? Yeah, I got it to start a sticker shop. Now his jaw was hanging open. Like a business?
Well, building a brand and all that.
Wow. He set the notebook on the coffee table they'd done their homework on and leaned back onto his hands. You're amazing, Marinette.
I mean, Alia has the lady blog, so I've gotta, catch up.
Another self-deprecating comment. Why was someone like Marinette full of those? Nah. He let himself slip, his back pressing to the floor as he cradled his head into his hands. Apples and oranges. Besides, I don't want to buy the lady blog. I do want to buy some of those stickers.
You do?
Yeah, they're really cute. He grinned, and he watched her face flush at the compliment. Do you have any for the other superheroes?
Yeah,
she brightened.
I made a whole Rena Rouge Carapace sticker sheet to surprise Alia with for her birthday.
Oh, they'll love that, he chuckled. Did you make a cat and mouse one? I'm sure that'll sell.
A cat and mouse one?
Her voice caught, and the reddened cheeks returned.
Not really, no.
Oh, that's a shame. Could have been like our thing.
Would you like some?
She collected her things, which made sense, considering they'd finished. But he felt his heart sink. He'd hoped she'd stay longer. Stickers? It was cute that she asked. I'd love some.
I'll make sure to make them for you when I get home, then.
How do you do it, anyway? Print them out and cut them?
What?
Marinette shook her head.
No, I have that sticker machine, remember?
What's a sticker machine, anyway?
She pulled out her phone and started scrolling. A cricket or silhouette?
Adrian watched the video she pulled up of a printer-looking machine running atop a piece of paper before a person tore off the sheet and peeled the paper off. Wow, that's cool. Looks like fun.
Calibrating is a nightmare.
Calibrating?
To, make sure things get cut where they're supposed to be cut.
Huh. He thought it over for a moment. Could you show me how?
Show you?
Marinette brought her bag to her chest, and Adrian felt a step of guilt in his. Sure, he was interested, but it was him trying to spend more time with her.
Well, sure then. Tomorrow?
Tomorrow? His anticipation soared as his heart sank. Tomorrow wasn't tonight, but it also meant they'd be together tomorrow, on a Sunday, without the premise of getting homework done. Somehow, this felt like a step forward in their relationship. Sure, he'd gone over before and hung out with friends before, but it was different.
Yeah, tomorrow,
she agreed. Wanna... He ran a hand through his hair, nervous to suggest it. Wanna get breakfast together, then? Her eyebrows shot up.
Oh!
No?
No! I mean, yes. Yes, I just didn't realize you wanted to come over that early, is all.
Oh, that makes sense. Relief washed over him, and he reached out to give her hand a squeeze as he sat back up. 8 o'clock sound all right?
Perfect!
She smiled back, and he felt his breath catch.
I mean, the time is perfect. Not you or anything.
She always let herself get flustered over implied words that no one attached meanings to. I'm not perfect, he teased.
What? No, you are. Totally.
Thanks, Marinette. Adrian stood up and offered her his hand. I'll see you out. At first, it'd been difficult transforming in front of the other, like getting a new roommate or going to the pool, but now it came naturally. Marinette transformed, and Adrian gave her a boost to the bathroom window, leaving her with a wave. It wasn't until after she slipped away that he thought about escorting her home. Whoops. It was a lot easier for him to cover ground than a little MultiMouse. Did she need to run errands or something first? No. He shouldn't expect her to ask him to take her home. That'd be weird, right? That's why he should have been the one to ask. Ugh. Relationships are hard, even if they're platonic. Oh well. Curling himself into bed, Adrian flipped through the menu of the restaurants in the area, a light smile pressed on his face from the anticipation. Tomorrow was sure to be a great day, simply because he'd started off with Marinette. Chapter 9. Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir. This was all right? Coming over as Cat Noir, it'd bring far less attention than him going out and about as Adrien Agreste. Okay, deep breath. Morning, Cat exclaimed, walking into the Dupang Chang bakery. Well, if it isn't the city's tomcat, Tom bellowed, his voice shaking any remains of sleep out of him. Surely there's a better nickname for me than that. What are you here for, son? Okay, Cat. Control yourself. Tom was just being Tom. No need to get hot under the mask at the nickname. I have breakfast plans. With who? My wife? Because I'll fight you for it. No, Cat laughed, throwing up his hands in mock defense. Marinette. You kids. She's upstairs. Run along now. Thanks. As much as Cat liked Tom, sometimes he couldn't hold a conversation with the man. He scurried upstairs, taking a moment to compose himself before knocking on the door. Marinette, he called. She opened the door, eyes wide with brows lifted. Cat? Hey. Pajamas. Marinette was in her pajamas. Did he come too early? Breakfast? He asked, looking away. Yeah, breakfast. Yeah. Great. Cat cleared his throat and offered out a hand. Shall we? Can I, Her face turned pink. Can I put on some pants first? Oh! He stepped back, his hand retreating to his chest. Of course she wouldn't want to have breakfast in PJ bottoms if they were leaving the house. He clearly missed a few steps. Oops. Yeah, of course. Great, thanks. Marinette left the door open as she stepped away and made her way upstairs, leaving him to debate whether that was an invitation in. They were friends, so he should be able to walk right in, right? But she hadn't asked him to come in. She might consider going in without her permission rude, and now that she knew his identity, there wasn't a safety net of she hates one me but not the other to fall back on. Cat? Marinette stepped in front of him, running a brush through her hair, dressed in a pair of skinny jeans. What are you, a vampire? Come on in. Okay, you deserved that. You never know. I might be a perfect companion, he joked. For a vampire? Yeah. She took the hair tie between her teeth and twisted her hair up. I'm not sure a ladybug would like that. Me being a vampire's familiar? No, silly. Marinette flicked his bell, her ponytail swishing as she walked. sharing her partner. Cat wasn't sure if it was the remark or the gesture, but suddenly this suit was too hot. "Ready to go?" he asked, choosing to ask the wall instead of her.
Just give me another minute, okay? I have to, brush my teeth."
She scurried upstairs, leaving him confused. The bathroom was down here. What was she doing up there? Did she leave her shoes behind, or... Oh. Marinette came downstairs with some mascara and a touch of blush. That's what it was. Did she not think she was pretty, or was she wearing it just for him? The thought attacked his heart for some reason. Ugh, stupid ego. Girls don't wear makeup for boys. They wear it for themselves. Or societal pressure. Did he contribute to that societal pressure? "You look nice," he said, then wanted to slap himself for saying it. He should have said that before she put makeup on, right? Man, having a girl for a friend is complicated, isn't it? But then again, he's the one making it so.
Thanks.
Marinette looked away at the compliment, which was a confirmation to him he'd said the wrong thing. He didn't realize she struggled with body image. "Even without mascara," he added. Was that bad? Should he not have said anything? Thanks? Her voice lifted, the response carrying a question instead of receiving a compliment. Even her face asked him why he'd tacked that bit on. Plag was right. Cheese is easier than girls. "So, ready to go?"
"Yep."
"Great." He pointed back to her bedroom. "We'll be leaving off the balcony, if that's all right with you."
"Oh, you're, taking me somewhere? As Cat?"
As crazy as it sounds, a superpowered boy in a catsuit carrying a girl across rooftops garners less attention than Adrien Agreste showing his face out with a female classmate. She bit back a laugh. Fair enough. I suppose you have your own identity problems, even without a mask." "Oh, vigilantes have nothing on the freedom this mask brings me." "That's good." "Shall we?" Cat offered her his hand.
"We shall,"
she said, taking his hand in hers and letting him lead her upstairs. Scooping her into his arms once they were on the patio, Cat Noir took off as Parisian traffic honked below them, excited to trade breakfast with his father for one with his friend. Today was bound to be a good day. Chapter 10. Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir. "You're proud of this, aren't you?" Cat grinned at Marinette's question as he set her down. "What, providing a cat's eye view?" "They did a good job on the construction," Marinette said, looking around at the reconstructed roof of Notre Dame. "I still think it's hilarious that this building still stands because Victor Hugo wrote some fanfiction about it." "Wait, what?" Her expression told him she was skeptical. "I'm serious. They were going to tear it down, but good old Vicky was like, 'Nah, bro, I like it,' so he made up a hunchback who lived in the bell tower." "That's, wow." "No one is immune to propaganda. Not even our beloved Paris." "It's cool you know that." Deja vu hit him, as though he'd told that story before in another time and space, or another script. Strange. Moving on. "Hey, do you have your phone on you?" "Yes." She took it out and handed it to him without being asked. "Thanks. Say cheese?" Cat put an arm around her shoulder and pulled her close as he swiped to open the camera. Sure enough, they stared at themselves on the screen. She didn't smile for the first 3 pictures, but once she realized what he was up to, she relaxed her face a bit. It's a shame her shoulders stayed tight. "What's the occasion?" she asked. "Stickers." Cat showed her the screen as he scribbled a mask on her photo. "We should make cat and mouse stickers." Huh? Her mouth hung open at the suggestion. "What, can't I be at least a little protective of you?" Her cheeks darkened, and she crossed her arms. "Cat Noir," Marinette raised an eyebrow. "Is this a mouse trap?" He laughed, happy to hear her cracking jokes. "Why, you feline trapped on the rooftop?" "You're ridiculous." Marinette echoed his laughter with her own as she sat down. I didn't realize Adrien Agreste liked puns. "You think a social gremlin like me has enough courage to crack one in public? Please." She leaned back, her expression darkening. "What do you mean? You're, super popular, Adrian." He had to look away. This was embarrassing. "Adrian's image is popular, you mean?" "What?" "Please, do you think our class would give me even half the attention they do now if I wasn't an Aggrest? Or if I didn't model?" "Yes." Her response took him off guard. "Huh? Do you not remember? I hated your image. I like you as you are much better." She took a moment to think, looking at the sky as she continued. "Both the real Adrian and your actions as Cat, I guess." It was spring. Why was it so hot outside? "You do?" "I mean, yeah, you act differently, but I get it. The city would still turn to you, even if you are a weirdo." "Rude." He bumped her shoulder, his heart tickling his chest so feather-light that he couldn't help but smile. "Not as rude as taking me to breakfast without food." She looked around. "What are we having today?" "Oh, sorry. I got distracted." He scrambled across the roof and pulled out a basket from behind a gargoyle. Just like Hugo to go after the food." Did... Cat looked back at the gargoyle. "Did you just make a Disney joke?" "Why are you surprised I have a childhood?" Zing. Fair enough. "What movies did you watch as a kid?" Marinette asked, helping him even out the blanket pulled from the basket. "What movies?" Cat thought about it for a minute. "Disney, of course. A couple of DreamWorks. Lots of American movies, and a couple of British ones, too." "Really? Like superheroes?" No. My mother insisted I learn English, so everything I watched was in English." Wait. She held up a hand. "You're telling me you can't sing Reflection from Mulan with me in a karaoke bar?" "I mean, I can in English, but..." "But that means you never mistook Mulan as Ariel and vice versa." "Huh?" "So the second time The Little Mermaid got dubbed." "They dubbed The Little Mermaid twice?" "Oh, my father was heartbroken at the new dub, but my mom loves it." "Huh. I missed out on a collective French experience by not watching the dub." "You really did." Dare he ask? Like she said, she liked him and not the image Adrien Agreste had to uphold. "Wanna watch it together, then?" "What, The Little Mermaid?" Heat rose to his cheeks. I was thinking the entire Disney animation catalog, but..." His comment left her slack-jawed until she physically shook the surprise out of her expression. "Sounds like a challenge." "I mean, it'd have to be more than one date, but..." "Date?" Her squeak brought attention to the nuance of his sentence. "As friends!" he exclaimed, dropping a container by accident. The food inside was sure to be as shaken as his tone.
Yeah, cool.
Marinette cleared her throat.
As friends.
A friend date.
A date. As friends.
Oh, no. He'd messed up again. Now they'd have to unpack the rest in silence. You're a fool, Adrien Agreste. An absolute fool. I mean, Ollie would scream if we were going on dates as not friends, he joked. Marinette dropped the already shaken container she'd picked up for him.
What? Yeah. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Thankfully, he didn't have to come up with a response. An Akuma alert buzzed on her phone, and they immediately made eye contact. Marinette, he began. Go. Her tone left no room for debate. I'll be okay. There are emergency stairs over there. He gutted his chin to point. Go be safe. With your luck, you'll need me to bail you out. Let's hope Ladybug doesn't let it get that far. Cat grinned, tossing her a wink before stepping off the shingles. Grabbing his baton, Cat took himself out of freefall and made his way to the city center, ready to take care of yet another victim. He'd get the job done and get back as soon as he could. For once, he had someone waiting for him after the fight, and that made him stronger than ever. Chapter 11. Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir. Cat chuckled as Ladybug swung in. It wasn't like her to be the second one here. Hey, Bugaboo. What's the situation? I'm used to being a hunter, not the prey. Huh? Cat grabbed his partner by the waist and jumped to the side, just in time to save the two of them from an elephant-riding Akuma victim. What, is the circus in town or something? Cat asked. No, it's an animal rights activist. Ladybug pointed at the victim. The one who got arrested yesterday for cutting the cages open. Didn't the Parasou say no more elephants years ago? Ladybug pulled him closer, the two of them holding on to each other now, as she pulled her yo-yo out. It might be part of the akumatization. We should split up, he suggested. It's no good if we both get stuck in a cage she's handing out. Please. We both know that caging ability of hers has nothing on your cataclysm. The compliment burned his chest. Well, there's that. But if we can't get her away from that elephant, we'll have trouble. Her smirk told him she already had a plan. Ladybug? He asked, knowing that look in her eye all too well. You know what elephants are scared of, Cat Noir? Mice. I'll be right back. Don't get your tail caught, kitty. Yeah, sure, leave me with the hard job, he called back, but she was already gone, not even leaving her warmth behind. All right, zoo freer, let's duke it out. Cat jumped down, landing square on the elephant's back as the victim turned around, her bolt cutters gleaming in the sunlight. Cat Noir, the victim began. Give me your miraculous and surrender, he mocked. Don't you have anything original to say? The victim gritted her teeth and started attacking, and while it was difficult enough to fight on an elephant's back, something spooked the beast as they dueled. MultiMouse. She was here. Cat jumped down, careful to watch his landing, and saw her scurrying away. The victim fell beside him, and he knew what he had to do. Cataclysm! He yelled, reaching for the concrete the victim sat on. Sure enough, she fell into a hole. Stay there for a bit, he said, standing at attention as he looked around for MultiMouse. Had she gotten away safely? The sound of the yo-yo hit his ears before his eyes could make Ladybug out. Yeah! She yelled, chucking a hammer into the pit with such force that it broke the bolt clippers. No more evil doing for you, little Kuma. As usual, the light of a miraculous ladybug was a sight to behold. Pound it, he said, offering her knuckles. She returned the gesture and opened her mouth to make a cheeky comment, but he was looking around. What? Ladybug asked. Just looking for MultiMouse is all. Oh. She looked a bit concerned at his comment. He couldn't pin the expression she wore. You're spending a lot more time with her recently, huh? I guess, he shrugged. Why? Do you... She bit her lip. Like her? The way she asked took him so off guard, he didn't think through his response. Why? You jealous? He shot back a smirk, but instead of rolling her eyes or scowling, Ladybug looked away. What? I'm gonna go eat breakfast, she said, her earrings beeping. Later, Cat Noir. He wanted to go after her and ask what's up, but knew better. Later, he said to the wind. Somehow he'd messed this up too. Cheese was a lot more simple than girls were, but he'd never agree with Plague to his face. His stomach protested how slowly he moved, but the thought of Marinette waiting for him on the roof of Notre Dame gave him comfort all around. He landed on the roof, inside the cathedral, to de-transform in case a cell phone camera followed him. To his surprise, his prepared breakfast lay out on the rafters, but Marinette was nowhere to be found. Marinette? He called. Hey! Her voice echoed across the ceiling. Adrian ran a hand through his hair before holding out his knuckles. Good job out there. Marinette appeared, her eyes tracing down his neck to his knuckles, then back to his eyes. That's, you and Ladybug thing? Yeah. Strike 3, Aggrest. No luck with the girls today. Try again next inning. Well then. She glanced away, but he couldn't get a clear view of her face with all the stained glass filtering colors onto her skin. Good job out there, kitty. She pressed a kiss to his cheek before he had time to respond, much less think about the gesture. You too, he said, grabbing her hand. The last thing he wanted was to make it awkward. He pulled her knuckles to his lips, placing a kiss on her fingers. Little mouse. Breakfast? She turned away, nonchalant like it was something they did every day. Yeah, breakfast sounds great. Actually, no. Plague was wrong. When it came to Marinette, girls were easier to handle than cheese. But whatever. It was time for breakfast. Chapter 12. Adrien Agreste in the rafters of Notre Dame. So, bad news bears, Marinette said, walking over to their breakfast. Huh? Adrian blinked a few times, concerned. Had the containers been shaken that badly during unpacking? I don't think it's safe to eat the meat you packed anymore. Oh, he laughed in response, but it was at his anxiety. Silly cat. She likes you, remember? You guys are friends, and not a Chloe bourgeois friendship either. Recently, it felt like she was even more of a friend than Ladybug, and that was saying something. Maybe Leon's cheese store? Plague votes, yes! A gremlin voice yelled from the basket. That rat. He'd spiraled off after getting a piece of post-transformation cheese. He was going through the hors d'oeuvres. Sounds good to me. Marinette took the interjection in stride, her giggle echoing through the rafters. Come on, let's get out of here before rumors start. What, you don't want a rumor that the fanfiction cathedral is haunted? Adrien bundled the basket so everything on it wrapped up nicely, then threw in the blanket without taking precautions for plague. Here. Marinette stared at the oversized sunglasses he pulled out of the basket. For me? Trust me, you'll want them. Okay? She put them on and stumbled with her next step, leaving Adrien to catch her at the cost of dropping the basket. It fell, causing a clatter below and a shriek from a clergy member. Oops. Not inside, silly, he hissed, trying to hold back laughter. You need to see. They dashed across the rafters, hand in hand, as yells from below grew in volume. Oops. Looks like the rumor about Notre Dame being haunted would start after all. Adrien knew nooks and crannies thanks to his time as Cat Noir and all the Akuma victims who'd battled here, but thankfully Marinette was able to keep up. Smart girl. I think we're clear for now, Marinette breathed. Adrien didn't respond, still alert. The last thing he needed was a headline of him sneaking around Notre Dame Cathedral with a girl making it to his father. Keeping his hand wrapped around hers, Adrien led her out of the building and into an alleyway, the two of them putting on sunglasses in sync. Smart girl. Even so, they had to be careful on the way to the cheese store, even with a disguise. Let's use the back access, he said, turning to get his first proper look at her since they escaped a la civilian style. To his surprise, she wasn't out of breath and surveyed the area as he spoke. This girl might make a better superhero than he did. Wasn't she, like, the girl next door type? The more he got to know her, the more super she became. A super friend. Yeah, Marinette was a super friend. I see it! She ran ahead of him, her hand slipping out of his as she tugged at a door in the familiar building. We're home! Plague exclaimed, shifting through the door. Come to think of it, last time they'd seen him, he was in the basket that fell from the rafters. Oops. Better get in before he causes too much trouble, Marinette sighed, holding the door open for him. You have no idea. Adrien echoed her sigh with one of his own. Sometimes I wonder what my life would be like if I was Mr. Bug instead. Mr. Bug? She echoed. Oh, she probably didn't know. One time, our Miraculouses got switched, so I was Mr. Bug and Ladybug was actually Lady Noir. Yep. She looked away. I remember that. Cool. Anyway, I met her Kwame, and it was a whole paradigm shift. I knew Plague was unique, but I didn't realize he was obnoxious even by Kwame standards. That got a laugh out of her. It made him wonder what hers was like, but then he realized she wasn't allowed to keep her Miraculous with her. Anything specific you'd like from here? He asked, changing the subject. I'll leave it to you. Something tells me you know the menu better than I do. Oh, darling, I have my own tab. As if on cue, Leon called out and greeted him by name, carrying out a bag of camembert he hadn't ordered but knew he would pay for. Whether it'd last long enough to make it home would be another story. Sighing with a smile, Adrien made his way into the cheese store, taking off his sunglasses and shooting his companion a smile. Despite all the ruckus of the morning, this was nice. Adrien was sure that sharing breakfast with Marinette would make for a delightful rest of the morning. Chapter 13. Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir. While oversized sunglasses and hats that drew more attention than gave reprieve were always in the way, it was different today. Playing dress-up didn't make him feel like a poorly written Disney star, but instead, he was playing dress-up with a friend. But then again, his heart was almost always light when he spent time with Marinette, with or without large sunglasses. Maybe he had a thing for superhero girls. Actually, no. He definitely didn't have a thing for Alia, and certainly not Chloe. Just Marinette. And, well, Ladybug, of course. Can't forget her. Kagami counts too. Okay, 3 out of 5. He totally had a thing for superhero girls, but who could blame him? His first crush was Sailor Venus. Curse this weeaboo heart. All set? Marinette drew him out of his thoughts as she slid on the ridiculous sunglasses, gesturing to the door. He tried, hoping she'd repeat what she said. We're going back to the bakery to eat, right? Oh, yeah, totally. Great. He watched as she struggled to open the door, balancing the paper bag of cheese and meats. Hold on, he said, catching her as he reached across her back. Allow me. Thanks. A hand firm on her shoulder, Adrian opened the door and led her out, sunshine hitting through shaded lenses enough to make him sneeze. Oops. Thankfully, she laughed, and he realized she hadn't shirked off his hand yet. The moment struck him. This could be it. If she was open, he could have this. This light, sparkling feeling, like sunshine catching rocks and concrete, could be his if they dated. Dating? Marinette? The idea was so soft he couldn't help but melt into it. Him. Marinette. Cat and mouse. Oh, that in and of itself was cute. But would she? Would Marinette want to date him? His dumb, clownish self? A walking secondhand embarrassment waiting to happen? But she was here with him now, wasn't she? Marinette, who didn't see him as a goof, and Marinette, who'd laughed at his puns while wearing masks together. He'd never had that before. Someone accepting him as himself. It's one of the things about Ladybug he loved, but she'd never accepted him without the mask. He'd failed her when she tried to make him aspic, but maybe that was for the better. If it wasn't for that failure, he wouldn't have this warm, fuzzy feeling while walking to the bakery with Marinette. But could he do it? Could he leave behind his feelings for Ladybug? He'd always had a doubt that, no matter what, he'd never hold someone in his heart like he held her. Perhaps it was time, or rejection after rejection layered up, but he didn't believe that anymore. Why would he let himself stay trapped in that spiral when he could choose happiness with someone else? Adrian! Marinette stopped him from crossing, tugging at his shirt. Oops. Oh, thanks. What's on your mind? Sorry, I lost my head for a moment. You goof? Her giggle took him off guard. Yeah. Goof. She accepted him. For him. Goof. His heart hadn't sparkled like this since Ladybug called him a clown, but this time he could actually walk the girl home. Marinette, he began, knowing this was a bad idea for the spur-of-the-moment whim. Yeah? Can we go out tomorrow? He reached up to itch his nose, hoping it looked natural instead of an on-edge, relationship-changing request. Sure. What do you have in mind? Dinner and a movie? She stopped walking, even though they were in the middle of the crosswalk, and he slipped his hand down her shoulder to tug at her hand. That sounds like a date. Oh? He flashed her a grin, heart pounding wildly. Would that be so bad? Relax, Marinette. More like relax, Adrian. He couldn't bear to let her finish if it meant a rejection. I'm teasing. No, let's go just as friends.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Something about it all left a bitter taste in his throat, like the time Chloe tried to kiss him. Well, like lots of the times Chloe tried to kiss him. Actually, come to think of it, kissing Marinette would be nothing like that. And not just because she smelled of actual vanilla instead of the perfume Chloe used. Although he liked the mix of sweet and flower Marinette paraded around. No, the idea of kissing Marinette was, well, it was enough to confirm what he hadn't allowed his thoughts to wander to as of late. He liked Marinette. Okay then. Sounds good. Marinette. Yeah. Marinette. A soft, fluffy feeling beat against the squeaks of butterfly wings inside him as they stepped up to the cobblestone in front of the bakery, and Adrian realized he was still holding her hand. This was different from what he had with Ladybug. Looking down at Marinette, who looked up with wide eyes through dark lenses, Adrian realized, perhaps for the first time, how scary a crush could be. Getting rejected by Ladybug was one thing, but Marinette... Oh, he couldn't even entertain the idea of her turning him down. It would hurt too much. Chapter 14. Adrien Agreste, a sweaty, nervous wreck. Plug! Adrian hissed, watching his Kwame burp himself around the room. Plug!
Does he do this often?
Marinette asked, watching the scene with her hands on her hips. They were in her bedroom, snacking on their purchases and some carbs a la Duping Chang, and Plag was all but bouncing off the walls. Yeah. He didn't want to admit it, but how could you get a creature as old as Plag under control? Lecture him? Withhold cheese? Both seemed childish in front of Marinette. Did she have this kind of strenuous relationship with her Kwame? Because Ladybug seemed to have a good one with Tiki, and he didn't want to be the odd one out of the Miraculous holders. Ever drug him? I've thought about it. I don't know if an elephant trunk would work on him, though. I meant the cheese. A little extra melatonin. Spiked cheese? Adrian tilted his head to the side. I'll let you know. Is it a crime if it's a Kwame? With my luck, I'd accidentally eat the spiked pieces. Adrien Agreste, asleep for 16 hours. Father goes mad, accuses staff of poisoning. Marinette spread her hands like she was on stage, and he scoffed. You joke, but that's exactly what would happen. Yeah. Her cheeks darkened. Crime or not, it's not the best solution. If I had Tiki, she'd be able to keep him under wraps. Tiki? Adrian turned to look at her. Was he allowed to tell her? Ladybug's Kwame.
Ah, right.
That Mr. Bug was me. He wiggled his eyebrows, a desire to connect and impress her brewing in his chest. He'd always wanted Marinette to like him, but now he wanted her to like him. I see. But yeah, Plag is great, but he can be a handful. Don't trust any dating advice he gives you.
Dating?
Marinette blinked a few times, her cheeks darkening. Oops, it was just the two of them here. Did he ruin the mood? Excuse you? Plag stopped his cheese lap to grumble. A cheese bucket is an excellent thing to bring to a first date. You can even have the date be a cheese tasting. It's perfect. Wow, that's... Adrian began, holding up a hand to dismiss his little partner's idea.
That's a great idea,
Marinette blurted out, stepping out of her chair to approach him. Plag, he needs to give you more credit. I would personally recommend personalizing it, of course. I could offer my personal services, if you'd like. Actually, I personally recommend I do. Plag moved his hand, held on his chest, to brag, out for a fist bump. The traitor. He refused to do it for him, and Adrian always felt a touch sore at its lack. But if Marinette liked the idea, could he use it? Well, wait, no. It's too soon. He just realized he liked her, and he hadn't seen Ladybug yet, so who knows how strong his feelings actually were. That and this soon? Like, if they got closer, he might not ruin what they had by asking her on a date, but he might ruin everything if she asked her now. But he might ruin everything if he asked her now. Sure, he still had an excellent relationship with Ladybug after she rejected him, but that was different. Special. He'd always have Ladybug. He was sure of it. He'd fight for it. Never mind Ladybug. Marinette. Marinette was here, his little mouse, and he should focus on her, not his bugaboo. You're with Plag on this one?
What if we did that and binged Disney?
He swallowed. He couldn't be this lucky, could he? Without Ladybug in the room? As a date? Adrian knew it was the wrong thing to say as soon as it left his lips, and Marinette stepped back in surprise, or dismay, or despair, or who knows what. Her face flushed as she stammered.
Us? A date? I didn't mean, I didn't want to imply that I mean, you don't have to. It doesn't have to be a date. I just thought it was a good idea. And,
Adrian didn't realize he stared as she stuttered on until he caught Plag's eye, his face laced with a smirk. He didn't have the best of luck today, but at least he could blame the Kwame for this one. Well, partially blame. Not a full blame. Not this time. So, no? He tuned back in right at the end of her paragraph, feeling his head spin. Yes, he replied, unsure of what the correct answer was. Wait, really? Really? He echoed.
Oh, cool.
She looked at him, then away again. That's cool. Adrian looked to Plag for help, and he sighed. I'm sure you two will have a great time, the Kwame said, rolling his eyes. But only if I get first dibs on the basket.
Plag, if you get first dibs, there'd be nothing left for us,
Marinette laughed, tickling his belly with her finger. Oh, had he agreed to Plag's idea for the Disney marathon? Heat nipped at his cheeks, and he didn't know if he was relieved or anxious. Probably a bit of both. He'd missed the fine details, but he could bribe them out of Plague later. From the looks of it, he had a date with the girl he liked. Adrian had a date with Marinette Dupang Chang. Chapter 15. Adrien Agrest. A bundle of nerves and excitement and anxiety. A date. A date with Marinette. Adrian was going on a date with Marinette, the girl he liked. Unsurprisingly, Plague wasn't paying attention to him. He'd customized a platter from Leon's cheese store, but Adrian knew that wasn't all he ordered. The gremlin. Truthfully, Adrian didn't think he'd even be able to find the space to go on a date, as it took everything just to get permission for a few snacks. But that was the benefit of having a superhero girlfriend, right? She could just sneak into his room. Well, not that she was his girlfriend. They weren't dating. This was just a date. It might even be a platonic date. So, a bundle of nerves. Adrian sat down on his couch. A literal metal bucket rested on his end table, and there was nothing for him to do but wait. And wait. And a Kuma fight. Of course. Adrian all but threw the bucket into his mini fridge and transformed as Plague begged for a booster cheese morsel. Sorry, bud. Not today. Cat Noir made his way to the center of the rumble. It was Mr. Pigeon. Again. Great. No chance to see MultiMouse here, that's for sure. Hey, he said, dropping next to Ladybug. The usual? You got it, she nodded. Great. Let's do this quick. Why? She shot him a smirk. Got a cute date or something? You already know, don't you? If your girlfriend needs a Miraculous to meet up with you, then of course I do. He sighed, shaking his head. I can never gain a step on you, Bugaboo. You have a girl and you're still calling me that? Please. You'll always be my Bugaboo. He looked around for any other threats, but she's not my girlfriend. Do you like her? The heat rolling across his body wasn't from the black leather in the sun. You jealous? Maybe a bit, but I'd rather see you happy more than anything. Oh, complications. His heart still went pitter-patter for her, and he had a date with another girl. This would be so much easier if he knew who Ladybug was. If there wasn't this mystery about her, he could move on properly and give the girls he liked proper attention instead of always finding himself torn. I see an opening. Go for it. Lucky charm! They made quick work of their usual victim, but Cat made sure he escorted him to his therapist with the few minutes he had before detransforming. He'd need to rest in public because he certainly couldn't make it home in time when he had an idea. Letting the transformation wear off in a back alley, Adrian made his way to the Dupang Chang bakery, tucking into the crowd with his head down and a "don't talk to me" scowl on, hoping no one would notice him. To his surprise, or perhaps the after effects of Ladybug's luck, it worked. He went in through the back door and upstairs to knock on Marinette's living room door. If he hadn't used up all of his good fortune, she would still be there, or at the very least, not purposefully ghosting him. Hey! Marinette opened the door on the first knock. You're here! Hello!
Yeah, it's me.
The back of his neck burned.
I thought we were meeting at your place?
I'm in need of a bit of cheese. Adrian scrunched his nose, and she giggled.
Oh, that makes sense. Come right on in, kitty.
His heart bubbled and glowed at the nickname. He might like Ladybug, but he liked how Marinette made him feel. You aren't gonna cancel on me for being a responsible superhero, are you? He asked, stepping inside. It smelled as it always did, like a home, not a hotel or like the disinfectant a cleaning staff would use.
What? No, I'd be a bad example then.
Benefits of having superhero friends, he said, folding his arms. He didn't dare mention dating. They're understanding whenever the city rumbles. Marinette laughed and turned to him with sparkling eyes.
Having ruined a relationship by being a superhero? Yes, it is quite the benefit. One that I've never quite been able to enjoy.
Had he and Ladybug, mostly Ladybug, called on her that often? Enough to ruin her chances with someone? And also, who? Who was she interested in before? Did she have lingering feelings for him like he had with Ladybug? Because he'd feel a lot better if she did. Feed me, Plague croaked, flying out like a seasick soldier. Please, I crave the cheese. Plague, Adrian began, embarrassed, but Marinette just laughed, hands on her hips. Come with me, she said. You can help me make popcorn. Popcorn? Adrian asked. Yeah, we can start a movie while Plague gets his cheese on, don't you think? But... His head spun. But the bucket. We'll just have to do this again. Marinette bit her lower lip and looked down. Right? Two dates with the girl I like? He meant to banter with her like he was Cat Noir, but he realized his confession after it slipped out. The girl you like? Her eyes snapped up, cheeks reddening. Yeah. The temptation to look away held strong, but he pushed through. I think I do. At least. Surely his cheeks matched hers. Oh. Cool. Yeah. Cool. My cheese! Plague cut in, flying between the two of them. You like her. You like him. We get it. But I like cheese. So please reunite me with my love. Marinette giggled and stepped toward the kitchen. Come with me, Plague, she said, leaving Adrian behind. Should he follow her or... forget it. His face burned, so it was best to process what happened in the little peace and quiet he had. Marinette liked him. Well, at least she didn't shy away from finding out he liked her. Has that happened before? A girl accepting his feelings without trying to change him? Oh, Camembert. His chest may as well burst, because he could die happy. Happy because of Marinette. Cat and Mouse was a great fit after all. Chapter 16. Adrien Agreste, as lighthearted as Disney karaoke.
This is it! This is it!
Marinette reached over to tap Adrian's shoulder, then retreated her hand. They were on opposite sides of the couch, and he didn't know how to close the distance. Sure, he'd sat down next to her at first, so why was there this gap? Yes, it is. Ariel's pinnacle moment. Part of your world, or however it translated. He'd only ever seen it in English, which wasn't something he regretted until this moment, watching Marinette burst out into song as she sang along. He wished he could join her. He wished he could slide over to her and put his arm around her shoulders. Wait, no. That'd be too forward. They weren't even dating yet. Sure, he might be a hypocrite considering how he's treated Ladybug, but he and Marinette were a different dynamic. A different relationship. Wait. Did Marinette only agree to a date because he was Cat Noir? Because she liked Cat in the past? And here he thought he was on track to a happy chapter. A chapter that, for once, referenced both sides of his life. He was wrong. Adrian? Oops. The song finished, and Marinette's eyes filled with concern as he drew his attention back to reality. That's really fun, he said, looking back toward the television. I'd never had known about the changes if you hadn't told me. I know, right? Her giggle bounced across the room, a contrast to his festering goofy loop. He was doing it again, overthinking, reading too much into it. Why couldn't he just be happy? Marinette paused the movie, turning toward him. What's wrong? Excuse me? Something's off. She bit her thumbnail. Tell me about it. So direct. And so perfect. How had she known about his doubts? Remember what I said about liking you? About dating? Her face paled. Oh, he was right after all. Yeah? You aren't just... He swallowed, rubbing the insides of his knuckles against his kneecaps. I'm not here just because I'm Cat Noir, right? Marinette blinked twice, then started laughing. What? No! He wasn't sure if he was relieved or insulted. It's not then? No, of course not. I mean, yeah, it helps, but, well, you see, the thing is... She flailed her hands around like a kindergarten storytime narrator. It's not that I don't like Cat Noir, but, She trailed off, looking at the ceiling, looking anywhere but at him as his heart sank. If she was an iceberg sparkling in the ocean, he was the Titanic. He should have seen it coming, but barreled into this head first without a second thought, and he couldn't blame anyone as he sank except himself. It's fine, he said, turning his eyes to the screen. Never mind. Forget about it. Never had watching a Disney movie seemed so awkward. Even Plague couldn't make a room feel this way, and he'd spent more than a year with the little guy. Marinette didn't continue, and he couldn't tell if he proved himself right or cut her off entirely from it. That's not it. He looked over at her whisper, so quiet he might have imagined it as she stared at the television, but his heart lurched when he saw her face. Tears rolled down her cheeks, silent like a confession. Oh no. He'd messed up. Again. And this time he hurt her, although he didn't know how. Marinette? Her name got stuck in his throat. Marinette? He tried again. Sorry. She turned away, and, despite his hidden shoujo beat volume stacked behind old science textbooks and graduated piano sheets, Adrian hadn't the slightest idea how to respond. Cookie dough, he yelled, slapping a hand over his mouth at the volume. Marinette turned back, blinking her glazed eyes, but it didn't look like there were more tears swelling up. That's a plus. At least for now. Cookie dough? She echoed. Yeah! No choice but to roll with it now. Cookie dough. Cookie dough. Yeah! He reached out to grab her hand, unable to conjure up a smile, but at least his eyes weren't that of a wild, pleading man. Probably. Let's make cookie dough together. Her mouth split, a crease forming between her eyebrows as she stared. You want to make cookie dough? A sniffle split her sentence. Now? Adrian's heart tugged, begging him not to say it, but he plowed through. The one superpower he had was to confess under any circumstances, or so it seemed. Yeah, I've always wanted to bake with the girl I like. Her eyes widened, and the misunderstanding certainly hadn't cleared, but the mood seemed a bit brighter now. Who could be truly sad when thinking about vanilla and chocolate wafting through the air? Okay. She coughed a giggle, wiping her face with her free hand. But, Adrian? Yeah? She looked away. It's not because you're Cat Noir. I mean, it's a bonus, but that's not why I... Marinette began. That's not why I... Adrian didn't mean to stare, but it's not like she held eye contact. What was it? What was she going to say? Should he let the dread in, or traitorous butterflies? Okay, bad analogy. Hopeful butterflies. Should he let those in? You! Marinette all but shouted. Me? Adrian blinked twice. He'd missed it. You? He pointed to her, then himself, hoping she'd fill in the gap. Me? Yeah, she nodded, her ears red as she stared at the couch cushions. Adrian let go of her hand, and she stiffened. Should he not? No. Shoot your shot, Agrest. What better couple than cat and mouse? He reached out, lifting her chin with his thumb and forefinger until they locked eyes. I like you, Marinette, for a lot of reasons. It was a gamble, but her still darkening cheeks was his prize. He'd put coins on the right side of the table. You like me? She echoed. Yeah, I like you. The first sting of embarrassment poked his chest, and he realized just how cringeworthy this might look to an outsider. Like, as a friend? He laughed. This was the opposite of talking to Ladybug about his feelings. Yes, he nodded. But also in a, I hope this girl becomes my girlfriend, kind of like. She swallowed. Officially? Marinette squeaked. At your pace, Adrian said, doing his best to seem like the cool male lead his romance books testified worked for getting the girl. But, she bit her lip. But? Ladybug. Oh, he'd better clear that up. Ladybug isn't the one here on the couch singing along to a Disney movie, Marinette. Slowly, almost slow enough to make him sweat, Marinette's face grew into a smile almost too big for her face. So, dating? Yeah, dating. Adrien pressed his hand atop hers. Will you be my girlfriend? Marinette, pink and beaming, nodded. Yes. It came out as a squeak. Yes, I will. Oh, look at that. For the first time in forever, Adrien felt like he just might have some luck after all. Chapter 17. Adrien Agrest. Heart fluttering. How do people date again? Making cookies with Marinette was all kinds of sweet, from the smell of vanilla in the air to the hand brushing he made sure wasn't accidental as they worked. Not accidental, but still not something he could resist blushing at. As smooth as Marinette was, with her smiles paired with glancing away, Adrien found himself jittery with glee and nerves. They were dating. He and his superhero girlfriend were in the kitchen making cookies together. Her parents liked him. Was he dreaming? Did he steal Ladybug's luck somehow? Or had he finally earned a right to be happy? An enchanted chapter of his life on almost every page? Oh, and he found joy in the flutter from paragraph to paragraph. The awkward goodbye. Plag's groans as he lay on his bed squealing. The debate over a goodnight text, then sending it anyway, unsure if he used the right amount of heart emojis. Not falling asleep after she texted him back the same number of hearts. Wondering if it was okay to keep texting this late at night, hesitating over each comma and changing each period to an exclamation point. And the brightness of the morning sun. Oh, even Plag couldn't dim it. Or perhaps that was simply his mood. Adrien Agreste. High schooler. Superhero. In love. He was in with Marinette. Oh, but he was in love! Forget what the internet said. You could fall in love with someone you hadn't dated yet. Adrien, seriously. You're gonna spoil my camembert. It's cheese, Plag. Adrien hopped on one leg as he pulled a shoe on. Besides, it's time to go. What, you gonna walk your girl to school or something? He knew his Kwame didn't mean to stab him, but the words were a shank. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He had to be driven to school. It was his father's rule. And if he told him he had a girlfriend? Yeah, that'd be the end of that, right? Okay, so maybe the sun wasn't so bright this morning after all. But despite the clouds, Adrien wore his rose-colored glasses. When he saw Marinette, standing off to the side of the school entrance, his world lit up. His grin so wide, even his driver raised an eyebrow. But Adrien didn't care. Let his father find out. He didn't know he was Cat Noir, but his girlfriend did. Meeting up would be as easy as an Akuma fight, even if his father didn't approve. So, although their gaze met and they both sharply looked away, Adrien knew it would be all right. He didn't know how he knew, but he did. He did, and when he stepped out of the car, he lifted his hand in a wave and, as Marinette bit her growing smile, she raised hers too. A moment shared between them that even onlookers might miss the importance of. And then he walked to her, offering to walk her to class. It wasn't until they got to their classroom that he realized he missed a perfect opportunity to hold her hand. Slick Agrest. This is why Marinette's the smooth one. She kept her arms wrapped around her binder, surely to not make him feel silly about not taking her hand as they walked. What a considerate girl. His girl. His girlfriend. No, don't do it. Don't start giggling in the middle of the classroom, Adrian. You're literally a mature superhero. Quasi-mature superhero. Okay, fine, a teenage superhero. But still, no giggling over your superhero girlfriend in the middle of the classroom unprompted, okay? Okay. Yeah, this was great. He wasn't nervous at all. Sitting in front of Marinette, his girlfriend, the entire morning. Pfft, yeah, great. He wasn't nervous at all. This was great. His neck didn't burn with every pen scratch and paper shuffle he heard from behind. This was so great. In fact, he needed to slip away to the bathroom. Away from eyes. Just, bathroom break. Nothing was wrong. Just break. Totally cool. The water felt good on his face, and Plagg liked the impromptu snack break. It was just before lunch as they changed teachers, and although he hated to admit it, it was nice to get out of there. But Adrien couldn't stay in here forever, so he washed his hands and stepped out, surprised to see Marinette stepping out of the girls' room at the same time. Adrian, she squeaked. Marinette. He stumbled back, then felt heat rising past his cheeks into his ears at the action. Hi. 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 It's, almost lunchtime. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yep. Cool. He stared at the wall as she spoke, sparing a single glance to confirm he wasn't the only one looking away. See you in class? Yeah. Class. Cool. She looked around, then stepped back, her weight bouncing from foot to foot before turning around and walking away. Wait, was she waiting for him to invite her to eat together? Or walk back together? Well, Camembert. He wasn't good at this dating thing. Marinette! Adrien all but barreled into the classroom, catching too many eyes. Oops. Yes? Alia answered, looking from Marinette to him. Something going on? His neck burned. Do you wanna... He lowered his voice and slid into his seat, looking up at her. Wanna eat lunch together? Alia raised an eyebrow. Well, she said, a smirk on her face. Do you, Marinette? Me? Marinette looked from him to Alia, then back. Lunch? Yeah, you and me? Together? Adrien nodded, his smile tight as anxiety clogged the vessels in his chest. Yeah, together. But when a smile pulled tight across her face, well, it cracked his into something warm, and the blood flow heated his chest. Yeah, sure. Lunch together. It's a date. Yeah, a date. Good. Turning back to the front, Adrien grinned until the bell rang. Yeah. Adrien knew how to do this dating thing after all. Chapter 18. Cat Noir, on the 3rd-month anniversary with his girlfriend. Ah, bliss. Truthfully, Cat Noir couldn't say if he'd ever been happier than these last 3 months. His friends figured out Adrian and Marinette were dating soon enough, but their superhero sides spoke nothing of their rendezvous to see each other when his father found out. There were some negatives, of course, of spending so much time with Marinette. He and Ladybug were growing apart. Part of it made sense, but another part of him was lonesome for her. Despite his happiness with his beloved girlfriend, Cat Noir missed his partner. He missed his partner, but at least he had Marinette, and Ladybug had Rena Rouge.
It was almost a natural transition, but he wasn't quite ready for it. He wasn't ready to not flirt with Ladybug. Cat Noir didn't know how to not flirt with Ladybug, in fact, but he did his best. She and Marinette were the two most precious people in his life now, after all. Despite it all, Cat Noir was happy. So happy, in fact, that what he heard his father say to Natalie this morning didn't faze him. His father wanted him and Marinette to break up. Okay, fine. Little did he know they were superheroes. MultiMouse landed on the roof across from him, not making eye contact. It seems Natalie spoke to her. Okay, time to talk this out. Nothing to worry about because, well, they were in love, right? Love conquers all. Oh, how he wished he could launch his plan into her brain, because her weary face and pink eyes did nothing good to his heart. Come here, he said, bringing her to his chest. Cat, MultiMouse rasped. She'd already cried over this. She'd cried, and he hadn't been able to warn her. Cat, we should... She looked away. I'm not breaking up with you. Cat settled his hands on his hips, not wanting to keep his arms suspended in air. Huh? Snot fell from her nose as her mouth hung open, and she quickly covered her face with her hands. Natalie talked to you? Yeah. Cool. He shook his head. My dad's like an American outlet. I'm sorry? He grinned as he watched her confusion develop. Not useful to us here. Cat stepped toward her, wrapping his arms around her. He said no to Adrian and Marinette, right? That's... Her voice cracked, and she tried pushing him away. So, fine, we break up. But I think it'd be pretty cool if Cat Noir and MultiMouse dated, you know? MultiMouse stilled in his arms. Huh? He stepped back, running his hands to her shoulders, then cradling her jawline. Will you date me, MultiMouse? She didn't say anything, tears welling as she closed the distance between their lips. Like the moment, he found it bitter and sweet. You're something else, Cat Noir, she rasped. They laughed. Two different timbres. Did they tell you why they wanted us to break up? Her face twisted again, and she stumbled over words. Idle sales? He pursed his lips and looked past her, pulling her to his chest. He's a bully. Your father? Yeah. Adrian? You know I'm right. He felt her fingers curl on his back. He's your father. Yeah, that's how I used to rationalize it too. Before he started spending his nights with Tom and Sabine. Cat, wanna get ice cream? Huh? MultiMouse stepped back, eyes still pink, but without the storm from a few minutes prior. Isn't that what you're supposed to do after a breakup? Get ice cream and watch romance? Alia thinks it should be horror, so you can scare out all the unpleasant emotions, she sniffed. Huh. He had a deep-seated fear of horror. I'm not saying she's wrong, but, pass. Yeah. MultiMouse nodded, the first smile he'd seen today breaking through. Pass. Shall we? He offered his palm, and her smile slipped into a grin. When they had to move as MultiMouse and Cat Noir, she'd make herself smaller and right on his shoulder, holding onto his hair for support. We shall. But are we buying ice cream, or is there still some left at Tiki found it? Her words tickled his ear. Tiki? He felt a small breath against his neck. Ladybug, when she dropped off the Miraculous for me, because, I'm sharing it with... Mylene, he finished. It would make sense that the Kwame needed a recharge. But did that mean Marinette knew who Ladybug was? Well, that's a depressant for the night. Now he wanted ice cream in a bad romance movie for a different reason. It felt like he'd just gotten rejected instead of saving his relationship. Yeah, she whispered. Mylene. Cool. Cookies instead? Yeah, cookies sound great. Make them together? Sure. Cat and Mouse, back at it again. Checking to make sure his little girlfriend was secure on his shoulder, Cat Noir took off for the bakery, emotions rising in his chest like a forgotten batch of dough on the kitchen counter. No. This was something they needed together, a sweet treat for both of them to enjoy. Nothing was wrong. He wasn't jealous. The world would think Adrian and Marinette broke up, but Cat and Mouse would date. He wasn't spoiled over the possibility of Marinette knowing Ladybug's identity before he did. Nothing was wrong. Their relationship was rising together, like a bundle of dough. Cat Noir wouldn't let this batch of emotions become sourdough. Chapter 19. Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir. Breaking up with Marinette meant lying low at school. All of his classmates, even Chloe, had their way of asking if Adrian was all right while fishing for what just happened to the school couple that made them go from hands in each other's pockets to not even making eye contact as they passed each other. Alia seemed especially annoyed, but thankfully Nino didn't press. He just invited him to play games on their phones over break without the girls. Adrian wasn't going to publicly avoid Marinette forever, just long enough that the public forgot and his father moved on. But why did Rena Rouge have a death glare for Ladybug? Cat Noir tried not to stare as he watched the girls interact during an Akuma fight and, finally, couldn't help himself. Okay, what's up? He asked, landing next to her. What do you mean? Rena flicked her eyes back to the victim as Carapace baited them. You and Ladybug. What am I missing? She clicked her tongue, then sighed. Maybe you can find out. Huh? She and her boyfriend broke up, and she's acting like it's totally normal. Cat felt his brain buffer at the news. It wasn't even a breakup that surprised him. He didn't know Ladybug was dating someone to begin with. Had they drifted that far apart? Well, the proof was in front of him. She might not have told him in consideration of his past feelings, right? That's why Rena Rouge knew about her boyfriend and not him, right? Cat? I'm sorry? He loaded himself back into the conversation. I'm just worried about her. I expected her to be distraught. He looked for his partner, his chest tightening when he made eye contact. I'll talk to her. Thanks, Cat Noir. Rena Rouge gave him a pat on the back, then pulled her flute to her lips. Back to the battle. Back to the battle, he echoed, taking off. Despite the teenage drama, business came first. Ladybug, after exchanging a few words with the news anchor, pulled out her yo-yo to leave post-fight, and he barely caught her by jumping in front, getting himself wrapped in string. Cat! Ladybug exclaimed. Hey, let's talk for a minute, he said, foregoing all the puns that whisked through his head. Cat Noir! She unwrapped him, clearly annoyed. I don't have time for this. Come on. He took her by the elbow, tugging, but not dragging, her to an alley. I heard you and your boyfriend broke up. You okay? Her face clouded as her eyebrows knit. I don't want to talk about it, she said, tugging her arm free as she looked away. I didn't even know you had one. He heard his voice fall with his heart as it spoke the truth of the ever-growing distance between them. "You didn't tell me about MultiMouse!" She crossed her arms, her words stinging like a slap, and Cat realized this distance wasn't natural. He'd stepped back from her just as much as she had, hadn't he? Sorry. She dropped her posturing, arms retreating to her sides as she turned to look up at him. That wasn't cute of me. Cat grinned. He loved this woman, even platonically. "You're always cute." "You're such a flirt," she sighed, shaking her head, but her smile told him it was okay. "You have a girl." "Yeah, but..." He shrugged, returning her smile. "You'll always be my partner." She looked down at the brick instead of responding. How? How had he said the wrong thing? How had they drifted so far apart? "Partners," she echoed. "What's going on, Ladybug?" He reached out, and she batted him away. "I broke up with my boyfriend. Don't worry about it." "I meant with us, LB." She looked up, and it was like her eyes begged to tell the truth. She was hiding something. He could tell. "I'm about to detransform," she said, stepping back. "I'll catch you later." "Promise?" "Yeah." She didn't make eye contact. "Bye, Cat Noir." He sighed through his nose, his ring beeping a final warning. He couldn't follow her even if he wanted to. As much of a blessing having powers was, it came with its set of curses. Time to go. Something about the day irked him. He should be happy. Or, at the very least, he should be slipping out to see the Dupeng Changs, but he didn't feel like it. No, his partner had something going on, and all he could do was sit on his bed, mulling it over. He was missing something. Adrien missed something over the past few months. The distance between himself and Ladybug was more than natural, and not just because he got a girlfriend. What was it? What was it? Marinette? Wait. Was Ladybug jealous? Over him and Marinette together? Or that she knew who Cat Noir was, but Ladybug didn't? He needed to talk to her. They were partners, after all, but Adrien knew Ladybug better than anyone, or so he'd like to think, so for now, he'd give her time and space. This could wait a night. It would all work out. He'd make sure of it. Until then, he'd plan his next date with his little mouse. Chapter 20. Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir with his girlfriend. For the first half of the movie, something was off in the room, and Cat Noir couldn't pinpoint it. He was curled up with Marinette, and they'd already eaten, so he wasn't hungry. The television wasn't too loud either. Was he too warm but didn't realize it because of the suit? He hadn't detransformed because he didn't want Plag to ransack the cheese order Tom got in for a wedding this weekend. What was it? What was off? And then, as he laughed at a joke, he realized Marinette was especially quiet tonight. Hesitating, Cat grabbed the remote, paused the movie, and looked down as Marinette straightened. "What's wrong, little mouse?" he asked, returning the question in her eyes. Well, she pulled herself off him, looking past him before locking eyes. "What makes a good partner?" "That's a surprise." "Like, romantically?" Cat tilted his head to the side. "Why is Ladybug a good partner?" "What? You want an essay?" Cat Noir cracked a smile. He could answer in his sleep, regardless of how unexpected the question was. She has my back. I trust her. What else? He shrugged. I've got lots, but... He leaned in. Don't want to make you jealous, darling. She bit her lip. What if she kept a secret from you? Cat straightened. I'm sure she'd have her reasons. A big secret? And? He shrugged. Even if it makes her a hypocrite? Cat couldn't help but laugh at that one. Aren't we all? Marinette, her face still clouded with something he couldn't discern, smiled. I think you're the best partner. You know that? Why, thank you, little mouse. He pressed a hand to his chest, lowering his head. Movie? Honestly? She wrinkled her nose. Oh, she's so cute. Not feeling it. Shame. Games? Games? Tom echoed from the kitchen. Oops. Exploding kittens? Marinette yelled back. She wiggled her eyebrows and bit her lip as she stared Cat down, and he couldn't help but laugh. She had no idea how cute she could be, did she? Cat Noir heard her father's yell of triumph, and that lonely warmth he'd grown used to over the past few months encompassed him. This was it. This was what he wanted. This is what he'd always wanted, despite the needle prick that it wasn't his family. Not yet, at least. Tom and Sabine knew he doubled as Adrian now, and they fully supported their daughter's small brushes with justice, despite voicing their concerns. This was it. This was love. And all because of a little mouse and a homework delivery. Hey, Cat? Marinette caught his wrist as he wrapped his fingers around the balcony railing, ready to go home. Night fell an hour ago, and Natalie was sure to check up on him soon. Yeah? Mind if, She swallowed. Mind if Ladybug stops by tonight? He let go, stitching his eyebrows together. To visit you? Why would he care? At your place. Cat tilted his head, mouth open as he sucked on his teeth. At my place? He echoed. What did she mean? She knows you're Adrian, Cat. His pulse stilled, stealing his heat. Ladybug does? His voice sounded like someone else's. Marinette nodded. Yeah. Sorry. Did you tell her? He tried his best to not make it sound like an accusation. No, but... She looked away, letting go of his wrist. Just leave the window open, okay? I suppose there isn't an option for tomorrow afternoon, is there? He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. Huh? Nothing. Come here. He placed his hands around the sides of her head and kissed her crown. Don't worry about this, princess. It'll work out. She didn't say anything, but nodded. His heart fluttered, but it wasn't its normal goodbye pattern. Ladybug knew. Ladybug knew he was Adrian. He didn't know how he felt about that. It didn't matter, did it? Just because she knew didn't mean he got to learn hers. Despite what they promised each other, they never stood on level ground. More so when she became the guardian. So, tomorrow? It was her turn to cup his face. Yeah, I'll think of something to keep the eyes away. Okay, remember, window, unlocked. Yes, little mouse. He bent at the waist, pressing his lips to hers. Good night. Good night, Cat Noir. He left her with a smile, but dropped the facade as soon as he was a rooftop away. So few words, and yet a great revelation. He hadn't been this nervous since he didn't know. Plague was right. Cheese is easier than relationships. Speaking of, he'd better swing by Leon's and pick up some cheese. The little guy must be hungry. It would all work out. He and Ladybug always made it through each trial. Whatever was going to happen would be all right. He still had Marinette. He still had his happy ending. Even if his partner hurt him, he'd still have his little mouse. Chapter 21. Adrien Agrest, Restless. Oh, crippling anxiety. Adrian knew fighting it was a losing battle, but he felt silly for carrying the weight of Marinette's news on his chest. Ladybug knew who he was. So what? It was nothing to worry about. They were partners. Good partners. Partners who trusted each other. It shouldn't mean anything, right? They could keep going as they were. Studying the ceiling wouldn't change anything. As long as he's up, he may as well get something done, like homework or piano. He was far behind on his practice, and it started to show. Okay, a little midnight piano practice shouldn't hurt. It might even take his mind off of Ladybug, if only for a minuet. And play a minuet he did. Adrian might be required to learn, but he didn't hate the instrument. Part of him was grateful he took lessons, now that he could play with a relative ease. If he hadn't been squared into it, he may have never gotten past beginner's pride and walked away completely. So you came, Adrian said, his fingers still pressing keys as he felt, rather than heard, a bug slip in through his window. Yeah. Ladybug's voice rang soft behind him. The window was open, so... Didn't get my message? I couldn't sleep. Adrian let the cadence sing a beat or two longer than written before turning to look at her. How long have you known? Ladybug bit her lip, a hand cradling her elbow. A while. What? He laughed, trying to keep his voice light. You nervous, Albie? Don't you want to know? About me? It wasn't often he got to see a side of her that wasn't confident and brave. She might be more anxious than he was. Yes. And no. Oh. I mean, before I started dating my girlfriend, yeah. I wanted to know so I could, I don't know, find a way to run into you, grow closer that way. He felt his neck itch as he realized that came off weird, and he reached to scratch. I mean, not like a stalker, of course. No, she shook her head. I get it. I do. Oh? He cracked a smile, but the heat wouldn't leave. You wanted to stalk me too? Cat! Ladybug's shoulders dropped, the first sign of the conversation losing tension. Sheesh. He returned her laugh. I mean, I'm not single, and I'll fight you for her. She looked at the floor. About that. His heart dropped to his stomach. No. Was there some kind of rule about them dating other superheroes? Rena Rouge and Carapace were dating? If you say we can't date, you're musophobic. Ladybug's eyebrows shot up as her mouth formed an oval. Excuse me? You have no right to say if superheroes can date each other. She blinked,
then raised a hand to her lips to stifle a laugh. Superheroes can date. Just look at Rena Rouge and Carapace. That's what I'm saying! The reality of him talking to Ladybug as her partner and not just Adrian hadn't set in yet. Or perhaps already came and went. I mean, unless you were, like, jealous or something. But aren't you going through a breakup? About that. Her smile tightened. We need to talk. Hot chocolate? There's no way you can sneak to the kitchen and back without tripping an alarm. Come on, LB. An adventure. She laughed. Good. It worked. He didn't want hot chocolate. Adrian wanted her to relax. Oh, Adrian. So, now what? Well, you don't have to tell me. My identity? Yeah. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. You really like Marinette, don't you? Yes? What did that have to do with his identity if superheroes could date each other? No matter what? Oh, Camembert. Adrian raised an eyebrow. She tried robbing the cheese store with a butter knife and a roll of floss, didn't she? Excuse me? She looked almost offended. Relax, LB. Spit it out. We're partners, remember? Okay, well, She looked around the room, then back at him. Promise me you won't break up with her? Huh? When I tell you this, promise me you won't break up. Ladybug? What was this, a love confession? That put him in quite the spot. What's going on? Is everything all right? Is Marinette all right? Promise me! She clutched her hands on her chest, and Adrian realized he'd never seen her worry like this before. Okay. He held his hands in front of him, like bargaining with an upset customer. Okay, I promise. Marinette and I aren't going to break up. It tasted like a lie as he looked at her. Why? What was going on? Was Marinette Hawkmoth or something? There's no way. Right? There's no way Hawkmoth could be someone so close to him. But with the way Ladybug held his gaze, he knew her news would change his relationship, regardless of promises. Just say it, Ladybug. He swallowed, his heart drowning. Her chin quivered, but her eyes never left his. Not once, even as the light overtook them from her words. Spots off. Chapter 22. Adrien Agreste. Shocked. Marinette. He should say something. He should smile, laugh, sigh, something. He should do something instead of being a gawking mouth breather. But he didn't. He couldn't. All Adrian did was stare, jaw dropped, at Marinette. Marinette, his girlfriend. Marinette, his girlfriend, who also happened to be his partner, Ladybug. Ladybug was Marinette, who was also MultiMouse. Was this a prank? No, it couldn't be. It wasn't. She wouldn't. Ladybug wouldn't do this to him. Neither would Marinette. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Right? Marinette was Ladybug. Ladybug was Marinette. Wait. You've been dating Ladybug this whole time? And you couldn't have asked me out in a mask? He said, the question slipping before he could rein it back. Huh? Marinette blinked, clearly still on edge. I spent the better part of a year trying to convince you to date me, but instead I got a mouse? Oops, That sounded bad. Why? Why date Adrian when I'm already spending time with you as Cat Noir? If it was about hangout spots, they could have watched movies here. Not that he was complaining. He liked being at the Duping Changs more. That's it? Marinette slid her palms to the sides of his face. That's the problem you have with this? That I only started dating you once I knew your identity? What? No, I don't care about that. It made sense that my naked face would be a make or break. I mean, like, if you wanted to date me, why be a mouse? Why not the bug? She blinked at him, and he knew he'd said the wrong thing. Adrian narrowed his eyes at his girlfriend. Partner. They were dating, right? Wait. This meant Ladybug was his girlfriend, wasn't she? His heart wanted to explode. Forget the question. This realization made him giddy. Not only was he dating Ladybug, but Ladybug was Marinette, which was even cooler. I was worried, she looked at the ceiling, that you'd think I'm shallow because I only dated you after finding out you're Adrien Agreste. You're worried it would be weird for Ladybug to date her classmate? Marinette coughed. Yeah, let's go with that. Oh, right. He was an idol. Yeah, he could see her hesitation now. So, does this mean we tell Rena Rouge Lady Noir is a thing? You aren't mad? He shook his head. This is like the best thing ever, Bugaboo. That and the time I asked you out and we made cookies together. Then he thought it over. Although Alia will probably wallop me? Huh? She knows I'm dating MultiMouse. If she thinks I'm canoodling with you, I'm sure to get bonked over the head a few times with that flute of hers. Oh! Marinette started laughing. It matched Ladybug's laugh. How had he not seen it before? No, it's fine. She already knows. That was a bit of a slap. That your Ladybug? Yeah. She found out? She bit her smile. I, told her. Oh. Sorry. He shook his head. No. Don't worry about it. It only sank his heart and killed the shiny feeling in his chest from the identity reveal. I'm sure you had your reasons. Yeah. Thanks. No problem. Silence sawed between them, buzzing with new batteries and a jagged blade. What were you supposed to talk about when you find out that your superhero girlfriend is actually your superhero not girlfriend, which makes her your superhero girlfriend that you've wanted to date for over a year? Speaking of superheroes, where was Plag? Why hadn't he made an ill-timed remark yet? Also, where was Tiki? Come to think of it, where was Tiki every time Marinette came over as MultiMouse? There were more layers to this than he initially realized, but the saw of silence buzzed on. You know what the downside of coming at night instead of tomorrow afternoon is? Adrian tried. What? It's totally inappropriate to curl up and watch a movie. Oh. Her smile grew, the silence hissing away like a deflating balloon. Is it? Of course it is, Marinette, he scoffed. It's a school night. Her eyes widened, clouding with confusion. She couldn't tell if he was joking or not. So, no movie? Tomorrow. He stepped forward, pressing a kiss to her forehead as he wrapped his hands around her wrists to celebrate. Dating? that Lady Noir is canon, and Nino owes me 20. She laughed again, genuine this time, shaking her head in a way that was so clearly Ladybug. Adrien felt betrayed by himself for not realizing it before. Can you imagine what Alia will say? Oh, she's gonna rip me a new one. Excuse me? You broke up with Adrien only to date Cat Noir the next day. Think she'll put it together? He exhaled through his nose. He pressed his forehead to hers, their noses grazing. I can't openly date you at school, and now we have to sneak around because of our teammates. That's what you get for bragging about a mouse, she laughed. He straightened, catching her eye. Of course I bragged. You're the cutest girlfriend ever. He squeezed her wrists twice as she looked away, the tips of her ears matching her cheeks. You tomcat? You're tomcat, he corrected. Marinette giggled, biting her lip. So we're still dating? Does Black like cheese? He raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I might not recognize the love of my life in her costume changes, but I do know an opportunity when I see one. Cool. Yeah. He hated to do it, but it was time. I'll see you home. Oh, that's... It's a school night. Let me take my girlfriend home. Partner. He knew his smile matched hers. He could feel its home on his face. And, while it was true it was a school night and he wanted her home, it was also him trying to create a space to process. In front of her, he was all smiles and glee, but there were more layers to this. It was awesome news, but not something he could page through in a 10-minute conversation. No, he needed to process, because his current reaction was merely a buffer. If it loaded into something bad, like anger or venom, he wanted to process it without her nearby. And if it was something light, like glee, well, he'd foster it to share with her in the morning. But until then, he'd keep masking. He'd put on a mask and escort her home, his reaction hidden until he was safe and in solitude to process. Marinette was Ladybug, his partner. Ladybug was Marinette, his girlfriend. And knowing her classmate was her partner, she dated him without so much as dropping a hint, and somehow that spot felt like betrayal. So he'd work through it, again and again in a goofy loop, until it didn't. Until he understood her not just in theory, but from within. Adrien would take time and space from Marinette to process just what decisions she'd made for the two of them over the past 4 months, withholding the truth from him the entire time.
Chapter 23.
Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir on the rooftop of Notre Dame. There's something comforting about a sunrise. Cat Noir squatted, perched like a gargoyle, atop Notre Dame's cathedral, the city waking below him, the dogs walking their humans and the unstoppable joggers married to their morning runs, the foreigners not yet adapted to jet lag and fawning over French bread and pastries made fresh in the morning, the Americans who spoke loudly and awkwardly shaped French to the drunk on the corner. This was his city, ever-changing, yet ever the same, greeting him as a passerby and as family. But regardless of how the city comforted him, Cat still had to process the events of the night. Was he angry? Relieved? Hurt? Betrayed? All were valid reasons. He could still feel the sting while being okay with what happened, so long as he didn't allow it to poison him. Nonetheless, The day rose again, and he needed to retreat home so he could go to school with his usual escort. The last thing he wanted was to play the role of a rebellious teenager after his dad literally interfered with his dating life. He had to be the good son for now, for the brand, the family business. Father has his work and role to do, and Adrian had his, the good son, the greater student of science and the arts. Although, secretly, Adrian loved history. In a sense, the breakup of Adrian and Marinette was a blessing. He didn't have to worry about how his classmates saw his awkward exchange of smiles with Marinette when he arrived at school. Even though he told her everything was all right last night, he still had anxiety and anger, even though he loved her. "Hey, do you want to trade spots for the day?" Nathaniel caught his arm as he walked into class, and Adrian realized it was the offer of a friend. The sympathy of someone who thought his hard times came from a breakup, although it was the opposite. "You mean it?" Nothing against Marinette, but Nathaniel had a prime napping spot. He nodded, and a feeling of love and relief washed over him. It was nice to have friends. He made sure to shoot Marinette a text about it, saying it was so he could doze off, or at least zone out, and set himself up in the back of the room. He still needed more time. It's awesome that she's Ladybug and that she likes him, and he even understood the whole MultiMouse facade. But it was still irksome that she knew his identity and dated him, but didn't say a word until his father got involved. Weren't they supposed to be partners? Had Ladybug thought his feelings for her were so superficial, she wanted him to fall for a little mouse first? That's not how this should work. But at the end of the day, she was still his lady. She was still his little mouse. He needed to talk to her. While Adrian still had more to work out, if he didn't tell her his spinning thoughts, even if it came out as word vomit, he might taste the bitter bile for months down the road, or hold on to the negative emotions for his darkest nights like a weapon to keep him secluded and safe. But, as with any other ill-timed day, someone got akumatized, leaving him and Marinette to scamper away, which was easy now, as he'd take her by the hand and run to safety, just the two of them to transform. And this time, she transformed with him into his partner, his lady, and the truth. "Let's go," Ladybug said, all hesitation and awkwardness from the last 12 hours gone, expelled by the tone of her voice. This was Marinette. Marinette, who had a hard time making eye contact this morning, stood beautiful and brave and prioritized business and safety. It would be so much easier to be bitter if she wasn't so lovable. "Yeah, let's go." And just like that, all his bitterness left him. Their partnership, which felt off for months, returned to the equilibrium he'd missed. They didn't even need to speak to be on the same page, and they didn't need to get the other heroes either. Just them. Just like old times. Ladybug and Cat Noir were back at it again, and the scales were balanced, bringing Paris to what she should be, both inside and out when it was time to Miraculous Ladybug her. All was right with the city, and all was right with them. He needed to tell her that. He needed to set things right with his partner, because she would hurt so long as she thought he was. Much sooner than expected, Cat Noir moved past the mouse-sized betrayal, ready to make a confession of his own to his partner. As silly as it was, Cat Noir needed to tell his partner he liked her again. He needed to tell her he chose her, Marinette, over every other detail. That those other details, being a superhero and all that, were just that. Details. And then, well, He'd have to talk to his father. He'd stand up to his father, probably in a way he hadn't ever done before. Chapter 24. Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir. Ring beeping. "Hey," Cat said, wrapping a hand around Ladybug's wrist. "Come with me."
"But we—"
she began, her earrings beep, cutting her off as she reached up to touch them at the sound. "We don't need to split right away now, remember?" He gave a light tug, and she looked at his hand before nodding back up at him. "Okay." It was strange to see Ladybug this hesitant, nervous, and he knew it was because of him. Well, him and the consequences of her actions. They slipped away, their transformation slipping off behind the school. "Hey," Adrian said, turning to look at her. Marinette stared back, shuffling her weight from side to side. "I'm good. We're good." "But we've been dating for 3 months. Us, you, me, Marinette, Adrian. You being MultiMouse? Bonus, but not why I asked you out. So, you being Ladybug?" He shrugged, cherry on top. "And now you don't have to wonder if I'm only dating because you're an idol." She blinked a few times, tension melting off her shoulders. "You mean it?" "Yeah." He crossed his arms, looking at the sky as he mustered courage. "And I'm gonna tell my dad to knock it off." "Huh?" Her jaw dropped, the tension hardening as a burden once more. "Again, it'd be cool to keep dating as superheroes, which we will totally do. But my dad doesn't get a say."
"He's, your legal guardian and owns the building you live in. I think he does."
She bit her lip, weaving her fingers between each other. "Whose side are you on?" He laughed in response so she'd know it wasn't an accusation. "He's been so hands-off for years. Literally, he didn't want us to date for the brand, right? Then I won't work for the brand."
"Adrian!"
"Ball's in his court. I'm 16 now. I can demand a right to be forgotten, and now I'm able to access the bank account with my earnings. Like I said, the ball is in his court."
"Is this all—"
she swallowed, looking away.
"Is this all for me?"
That was a lot of pressure on her if he said yes. Adrian stepped back, thinking about it harder. This was a cliché teenage love story if he'd ever seen one. But this girl, she wasn't just his MultiMouse anymore. Maybe he wouldn't go this hard just for his girlfriend, but his girlfriend and partner? Did he have to think twice? He couldn't imagine a future without her, so it was all or nothing, right? Sure, he tasted the ache of them growing apart as Ladybug and Cat Noir over the past few months and knew that losing her wouldn't kill him, but why not water a garden that's borne nothing but fruit? Why till another lawn convinced the grass will be greener when you've got an orchard? Ugh, teenage sap. If only he were actually a shoujo heroine. No, he decided. It's for me, Marinette. She raised her head to look at him again, and her expression hardened to one he knew all too well. It was the same look she had when she figured out a lucky charm, but was nervous about it. Of course she would, but she looked just like Ladybug at that moment. How had he not seen it before? Well, forest for the trees and all that. And he'd fallen for her twice, which proved it wasn't just infatuation, although he definitely had a type. You don't want to lie low for another 1.5 years? And become a legal adult? He shook his head. I'm not happy there, Marinette. Adrien had to wonder if the pity in her eyes was for him as Adrian or for her partner. He didn't know if it mattered either. My dad's looking for some early morning help. He took a moment to interpret what she meant. Live-in? There's a break room in the back that's a bed and a dresser. I wouldn't be surprised if he... Wait. Adrian held up his hands. The thought is nice, but He felt his cheeks darken. Not even close to appropriate. A live-in employee? Your boyfriend living with your parents as a teenager when there are other options. She blinked, her cheeks darkening to what was most likely the hue he sported. Right. Well, this was awkward. Thanks, though. Yeah. Anyway, he cleared his throat. Think I'm, gonna go drastically upset my life now. Cool. Wait, like, now? Her shoulders slumped, the first sign of her relaxing, even if it was just in surprise. Yeah. It was hard to not crack a "wanna come?" joke. She might even take him up on it, but it's something he needed to do alone. What if... Marinette bit her lip, lacing her fingers between his as she stepped forward, her first touch an act of girlfriendness since revealing herself. What if he kicks you out? Adrian shrugged. Then I get my first slumber party with Nino and his kid brother. Oh! She lifted her eyebrows, then grinned. It was a tight smile, but genuine relief poked through. Well, at least you aren't entirely reckless. Honestly, you'd probably come up with a better plan, but I need to do this myself, you know? Are you sure? He laughed, chilled to the bone by the question. Oh, no, I'm terrified. Adrian! Anyway, get back to class. I'm going home. But I'll call you tonight. He leaned in, hovering for a kiss, and, with a soft sigh, she returned it, worry still clouding her eyes. Promise? I promise to call you or show up at your door. Okay. She bit her lip. If he puts you in room jail, I'm gonna break in. That's my girl, he said, smiling as his heart warmed. Adrian pressed another kiss to her forehead, knowing nothing could distill her concerns. Have a good day, Bugaboo. He stepped back, breaking off the goodbye as he turned his back. He wasn't sure how long his courage would last, so he'd best make the most of it before chickening out. This wasn't a rash decision, right? Okay, maybe a little, but it was high time his father treated him like a person, you know? Adrian would talk to his father. Adrian would stand up to Gabriel Agrest and, for the first time in maybe ever, he wouldn't take no for an answer.
Chapter 25.
Adrien Agreste, doing his best to not chicken out. Now or never. It's just a knock. A knock, followed by a greeting, then a relationship-changing declaration. Should he have packed first? Oh, come on, Adrian! Just do it! Swallowing, he knocked on his father's office door, hollow thuds echoing through the oak. Now it's just a waiting game for his father to finish what he was doing. But, as what felt like forever ticked by, he couldn't hear anything from inside. Adrian knocked again, louder this time, but still nothing stirred. All that pre-game hype, only to be met with silence. Of course. Adrian tried the handle, surprised when it opened. "Father?" he tried, poking his head in before taking a few steps. Nothing. The room was as sparse as ever, the only change being his missing father. Had he gone to bed? In the middle of the afternoon? He certainly hadn't gone out. Maybe he was with Natalie in her room again. He turned to leave, but jumped when he heard a click behind him. "Adrian?" Adrian whirled around. "Father?" Where had he come from? He cleared his throat and straightened himself. The last thing he wanted was to be interrupted for his posture. "Father, what is it?" Something about his dad, as he lifted his glasses to rub the arch of his nose, made his chest ache. He looked tired. He was always tired, or grumpy, or both, and Adrian wished he wasn't about to say something that was sure to upset him. The declaration stuck in his throat, the words piling into a dam he had to unblock. "Speak up, Adrian." "I'm not gonna break up with my girlfriend," he blurted. So much for a declaration with dignity and poise. His father froze, sighing as he closed his eyes before putting his glasses back on. "Don't be ridiculous." "I'm 16. I'm not a child anymore." "So you agree?" His father turned to him, his empty stare chilling him. "You aren't a child anymore. You're too old to be reacting like this." His argument lost its path in his throat, adding to the dam. She's no good, Adrian." The tears that began to sting a sentence back fell away, replaced with a flare of anger as his father turned his attention to his desk, as if the conversation were over. "Why?" It was hard to keep from yelling. "Why?" His father looked up, an eyebrow raised. "She's a distraction for you and our brand. How can I set you up for success if you're busy getting lost in a high school relationship? Please, Adrian, I can promise your efforts and emotions, and hers for that matter, are better used." He searched for a word. "Elsewhere." Adrian's fingernails cut into his palms. "Then I'm better off elsewhere too." "Oh?" Gabriel raised his other eyebrow, dropping an unopened envelope with a thud. "I'm moving out." He scoffed. "Adrian, please. No, you're not." "I'm invoking my right to be forgotten." Normally, he couldn't see Gabriel's expression hardening past his usual one, but the laugh at his declaration made the contrast stark and startling as his father's face twisted, his glare setting in like concrete, and he was a bug who landed at the wrong time. "Adrian." He placed both palms on his desk, leaning forward. "Don't be rash. You're proving me right." He knew. His father knew he had the power here. Otherwise, he would have told him to go to his room. "You have 1 week, Adrian began, hoping his voice wouldn't shake like his hands were, "to remove me from your social media." He turned, grateful he never stepped away from the threshold. "Take 1 step out of this house and I'll have the police here faster than you can say, 'Good luck with that, Gabriel,'" Adrian stated, doing his best to not spit his words. "But I've outgrown this cage." "All of this for a little girlfriend?" He paused, his hand on the door. "No." And for the first time since he decided to do this, he knew it wasn't a lie. "No, I'm doing this for me." "Adrian!" Gabriel's words fell on deaf ears as he left for the front door, pausing to glance toward his bedroom. No, there was nothing in there he needed. If anything, he wanted to leave the unnaturally spaced walls behind, the businesslike decor echoing this wasn't his home. Besides, his hands were still shaking. He could smell himself, and his knees could give out on him at any time. And when he stepped out the door, a familiar taste swept through the air, nostalgic and sweet, and one he should recognize. But from where? And when? Ah, that's right. It was the same energy as when he first became Cat Noir. This is the taste of freedom.
Chapter 26.
Adrien Agreste. Not sure if he dreamt his afternoon.
What's wrong, kid? Forget something?
Adrian didn't bother to look at his Kwame. They were in the subway restroom, with grime and trash and who knows what else on every surface.
I did that,
he whispered.
I did that? Yeah, you left behind some perfectly fine cheddar I was aging. How about you check in with me first? Because, making things go boom is kind of my thing. You could have at least given me a day to mess with him,
Plag tried catching his eye, but Adrian kept reeling over his self-induced adventure.
I did that!
Adrian yelled, pumping a fist and taking a deep breath, which proved to be a mistake because, well, he was in the subway, and on top of that, the bathroom. Despite their best efforts, there's no way the RATP can keep up.
Why are humans like this?
Adrian lifted his hands to run through his hair, but remembered just how germy this place was and decided against it. He didn't even know if he trusted the soap dispenser, honestly.
Plag, do you get it?
He couldn't wipe the grin off his face.
I'm free. You're standing in a train station bathroom.
He scowled as Plag smirked, then sighed. I guess it's time to find shelter.
And cheese.
Yeah, and cheese, among other things. He dumped his phone on the way in, knowing his father would track it. Sure, he might be his legal guardian, but he could still give him a bit of trouble to let him know he's serious.
Going to Turtle Man's house?
Plag asked, settling onto his shoulder.
Nino?
Adrian sighed. He wanted to go to Marinette, but knew that's the first place his father would send officers for a wellness check.
I have an unorthodox idea instead.
He didn't like the alternative, but he doubted his father would check, and if he did, he knew he could trust her to lie to the police. Adrien Agreste! Chloe Bourgeois stared at him, jaw dropped as she answered the door to her suite. Hey, Chloe, he said, raising a hand to wave. You know your dad's going bonkers right now, right?
Yes.
He looked from her to the camera in the hallway, then back.
I need a favor.
She narrowed her eyes. Adrian's?
I'll give you an exclusive Photoshop of me in that necklace you made last week.
He heard her bragging about it to Sabrina during class. Oh? She stepped back with a smirk, placing a hand on her chest like she was flattered as she cocked her head. Will you now?
With tags.
And posing with me as well? He glanced at the camera. Yeah. And a kiss? Chloe. He shot her a frog-lipped look, his mouth flattened into a line. Just shooting my shot. She kissed the air and stepped out of the doorway. Come on, I have sushi on the way. Can I, He went to scratch his neck and realized he still hadn't washed his hands. Can I borrow your phone, though? And your bathroom? She arched an eyebrow. In that order? What? No! Cool. We're totally doing face masks together, though. And you're not going to tell my dad? Ugh, yes. I won't tell anyone you're here, including my Snapchat. And Instagram story? Chloe narrowed her eyes. And Instagram story, she muttered, looking away and crossing her arms. Thank you, Chloe. I mean it. He held eye contact until she sighed, uncrossing her arms to put a hand on her hip with a smirk. You owe me a big one, Adrikins. His heart glowed. I know, Chloe. I know. And she wouldn't let him forget it. But enough of that. He excused himself to the restroom, letting the water run over his hands before adding soap and scrubbing violently, suddenly feeling like even his clothes were dirty. Moving on. He dried them on a towel, hesitating between the black one and the white, wondering if either of them were decoration until realizing Chloe wouldn't wipe her makeup off with a white towel, even if she's rich, and used it to dry his hands. Marinette. He had to tell Marinette he's okay, although he wouldn't tell her where he was. She might be able to keep a secret, but he didn't want to burden her with lying to the police. I'm impressed, Adrikins, Chloe said, lounging on her couch as she scrolled through her phone when he came out. Didn't think you had it in you. To leave? To talk to your father. Anything, really. She snapped her gum. I mean, I've gone head-to-head with him and still tucked my tail, if you know what I mean. He did. Chloe always stood up for him, even when they were kids. It's why he knew he could count on her for this. She might have more disdain for his father than Nino did, and that's saying something. Phone? For your little girlfriend? He'd hit his face, but he shouldn't be embarrassed. They dated for over 3 months now. Somehow it clicked that he'd also been dating Ladybug for 3 months, but that's a detail he'd have to process later. Yeah. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. I hate that you did that to us, Adrian. Of all people, do-pang chang, he quoted. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. She rolled her eyes. But I'd be mad if it was anyone else. Including Ladybug? She arched her eyebrow again, crossing her arms. Adrian, if you dated Ladybug, I think I might just have to kill her. Even though you love her? Ew, toxic. She huffed, then looked down. It's hard to get over being rejected so thoroughly by an idol like that, you know? It'd been a year, but she was still sore. He couldn't blame her. Sure, she should have never had a Miraculous, but hearing she wasn't going to be part of the team through a grapevine would be hard on anyone. Yeah. He thought of the stab of him and Ladybug growing apart, then hearing she had a boyfriend. Never mind that it turned out to be him. Yeah, it is. Here. She handed him her phone. She's under moldy marble. He almost asked about the nickname, but ignored it. Adrian is safe, he typed, knowing Marinette was sitting with worry. Lying low for now. It'll be a cat and mouse game at the church tomorrow. She'd know what he'd meant. Thank you, he said, handing back the phone. Truly. All right. She clapped her hands, then threw him a package. Face mask time. You're going to put unsatisfying blackhead removal videos on YouTube as we do this, aren't you? Oh, Adrians, Chloe grinned, all of her pearl-white teeth exposed. You know me so well. Some things never change, he said, plopping down next to her on the couch. Are we doing hand masks too? The way she wrinkled her nose, grin ever tight, helped him relax. Yeah, this wasn't an awful choice, all things considered. And it came with a bonus perk he hadn't considered when choosing where to seek shelter. Thanks to Chloe, he'd stay hidden, with the bonus of his skin being date night ready.
Chapter 27.
Adrien Agreste with moisturized skin. Adrian rubbed his face, wishing Plague would leave him alone for a hot minute. Cheese can wait until the alarm goes off, right? Not now, bud, he mumbled. Adrian! Until the alarm. Adrian! Something stung his cheek, and he opened his eyes to see MultiMouse, smaller than his hand, staring at him with her hands balled into fists. Cute. Well, who else? He yawned, blinking, then was careful to sit up without dipping the velvet beneath her. Wait. Velvet? Adrian shot up, and MultiMouse squeaked as she lost her balance. Sorry, he whispered, whipping his head around to look at Chloe's bed. She wasn't here. Good. She was probably working out or something. Adrian, she repeated, her expression softening as she raised her eyebrows. How'd it go? Are you okay? Why, Chloe, what did your father say? Did he chase you out and regret it? Did you walk out? Or maybe perhaps... She spoke faster with each word, like she'd held them back all night and simply had to explode. Do you want to have breakfast together? He asked, knowing there was no way to not cut her off. And... Huh? She tilted her head to the side. We're in a hotel. Let's get room service. MultiMouse blinked a few times, then nodded tentatively. Okay. Wait a minute. How did she know he was here? How did you know where... You texted me from Chloe's phone. Right. He ran a hand through his hair, stiff from sleeping. This is why you're in charge of planning, Bugaboo. She giggled, then stepped back. She was close to detransforming, wasn't she? I'm glad you're safe, Adrian. You know, I know we're good at sneaking around, but using the Mouse Miraculous to break into the bourgeois hotel is a new one. I use my resources. She undid her multiplication, sitting on the coffee table as a normal-sized human again. As should we. He reached for the menu on the end table, flipping to the breakfast section. Breakfast a la Chloe, you know? Yes. She held out her hand for him to hand it over, but instead he patted the spot beside him. MultiMouse raised her eyebrows, but sidestepped to plop down next to him. Thankfully, he hadn't drooled on the throw pillow overnight. But, Adrian? Yeah? What now? The question overwhelmed him, as if he hadn't slept through the night and had to face the consequences. I'm honestly not sure. She looked down, then palmed the remote, turning on the news to see his face on the screen, a household employee giving a tearful interview. He curled his hands into fists as rage lapped at his stomach acid. His father couldn't even be bothered for an appearance on this, could he? You're more wanted than Hawkmoth. Adrian stared at the screen, not laughing at the joke. If they were actually distraught, he began, hearing the chill of his words in his bones, someone would be akumatized by now. He grabbed the hotel phone as she gasped. Adrian! I'm gonna have an omelet. You? Adrian! She placed her hand over his, her necklace beeping. Wait, no, that's not... MultiMouse quieted as he turned to look her in the eye, not bothering to mask his expression. His weariness, and the boy who felt rejected again and again couldn't sit and listen to excuses. Not again, and certainly not from quite possibly the only person who loved him. Even she didn't get it, did she? And how could she? Actually, he began, wishing he could ask this in a way that wouldn't hurt her. Can I be alone for a bit? She inhaled sharply, taking her hand away, and he felt the loss of her warmth. Light flashed, and he saw Marinette, startled and concerned, looking away. Notre Dame this afternoon, right? Adrian nodded, choosing to think of his father's absence on the screen as the reporter spoke in front of the Agrest mansion. It was easier to feel wronged by his family than face the guilt of pushing Marinette away, even if it might be better for him long term. Yeah. He didn't look at her. Okay. The cushion moved as she stood up, taking a moment to press a kiss to his head. I'll see you then. He didn't say anything as she left, which made him feel all the worse. He was bad at this stuff. But how could he be good to her when he wasn't even good to himself? Oh, what a mess. And to think, 3 days ago he was happier than he'd ever been, wasn't he? But this felt more real. He knew who his partner was, and it no longer felt like he was deceiving anyone. Was it worth it? Trading happiness for satisfaction? But then again, could you truly be happy without being satisfied? Was it all a charade until now? Had he made a mistake again? What's with you? He looked up, not realizing the door clicked open moments before. Chloe, he said. She was in a sports top and leggings, her hair twisted into a braid. Oh. She looked from the screen to him. Daddy issues? Well, it's not like Marinette can relate. She sighed, plopping down next to him. I saw her leave, you know. Well, that's... At least she's not part of the rejected by parents club like we are. Adrian nodded, tapping the side of his head against hers as she leaned into her shoulder. I think I heard her when I asked to be alone. This is why we'd be a better couple, Adrikins, she joked, singing the tease before settling her tone into something a bit more serious. She won't be able to get it. Thanks, Chloe. I know. She sat up, whipping her braid around. I'm fabulous. And late. Anything you need from Milan? I'm going there with the pool boy this afternoon. He laughed. The one that went viral on TikTok. You know me too well. But what are weekends for if not an adventure? Wanna come? And get stopped at the airport? He shook his head. Thanks, though. Well, it's not like I want to be roommates with a sweaty teenage renegade. It's all yours for the weekend. He looked up at her, smiling. Thank you, Chloe. He meant it from the bottom of his heart. And he wasn't just talking about the room. I'm not going to be your therapist, though. She twisted her face like she tried a too ripe banana. Cry about it to someone else, okay? Yeah. Talking was the last thing he wanted to do right now. Go have fun. If I get murdered, you know who did it. She went to her closet, picking out a dress. You're not gonna pack? I'll just buy clothes there. So sustainable. Please. Global warming is for poor people. Besides, you know the brands I buy already have switched to more eco-friendly methods. Yeah, because social media threw a fit. I love looking like I care on social media. Once again, he laughed at his morally gray childhood friend. She wasn't perfect, nor was she even arguably a good person, but he could count on her when he was Adrian. He'd always been able to count on her, so long as at least one of them wasn't wearing a mask. Thanks again. You owe me selfies and a big reveal that you were with me when all of this blows over. I'll even throw in a TikTok. Thank you, Adrikins. She blew him a kiss, then retreated with her dress to take a shower, leaving him to himself. He might love his partner and girlfriend, but it was nice to have other people. He'd always thought a lover would be a be-all for him, that they were supposed to be, but slowly, and even today, he was unlearning that toxic mindset his shoujo manga and rom-com taught. Sometimes your lover isn't the best person for you. Not in relationship, but for a situation. Besides, he would meet up with her again soon, this time with a much better mindset. Even though they didn't talk much, spending a week of time with someone else who was apparent scorned helped him. That, and maybe Chloe was right after all. Maybe Adrian should go out and get a therapist. That is, if he could legally do so. He turned back to the screen, featuring another news story as his stomach turned. Despite his facade of adulthood he displayed yesterday, he was still only 16. His father had jurisdiction over him. Even if he didn't want to, he might just end up in that cage of a house again, stuck behind glass, paneling like a dopamine-filled prison. That, more than anything else, terrified him. Adrian might just have to become an alley cat after all, no matter how much it messed up his future.
Chapter 28.
Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir. On the roof of Notre Dame. Cat Noir paced to the roof whilst waiting for his lady. His tummy was burbly, but had nothing to do with the omelet he enjoyed for breakfast. When she finally touched down, it took all of his restraint to not blurt out an apology for the morning. Hey, she said, making eye contact. She cradled an elbow with her hand, her weight shifting from leg to leg. Hey, Cat swallowed, taking a moment to steady himself. Sorry for chasing you out this morning. Ladybug shook her head. Was it what you needed? Yeah. He glanced down, biting the inside of his cheek. Good. He heard her sigh. Because I can't relate. Besides, of all people, Chloe's a good choice. She knows how to keep a secret as long as she likes your offer. She also gets it. He looked up, and she looked away. Silence passing between them like the stale breeze and the sound of traffic. So what now? she asked. I need to get a few things. He turned to look at the mansion. It wasn't home anymore, but I'm gonna wait until the next Akuma fight. A true cat burglar. Ladybug managed to laugh. That was a good one. He turned back to her and stepped forward, opening his arms. Hey, come here. Huh? Cat wrapped her in an embrace before she recognized the gesture. Soft and warm, and a delicate balance between him and the world being right side up again for the first time in years. She returned to the gesture, and while his anxiety didn't settle, it simmered, if only for an embrace's worth of time. Thanks, he said, the gratitude muffled into her shoulder. Oh, kitty. She rubbed his back as they held each other. This was what he wanted for years, and now he had it. He had it, but he had to keep fighting, both for her and for himself. It wasn't over yet. It's just beginning. I've missed you. She didn't reply, only holding tighter this time with both arms. She'd felt the distance between Ladybug and Cat Noir too, but he couldn't blame her for not fixing it. Thank the Miraculous, she and Marinette, well, MultiMouse, were the same person. What were the chances anyway? And they went to the same school? Out of the dozens, if not hundreds, in Paris? And that they were the same age? And lived within blocks of each other? Lady Luck lived up to her title, with enough to spare for him. Cat? Ladybug's whisper tickled his ear, but he wasn't ready to let go. Cat, I have to tell you something. She stepped back, and his heart fell, but he slid his hands to linger around her elbows. What? I need to tell you. She looked away, and his stomach joined the free fall. I need to tell you about Cat Blanc. Cat Blanc? He blinked a few times, cocking his head to the side. You got a side Tom? That, or she was implying now that they knew each other's identities, he had to give up his ring. Cat Noir didn't know which one was worse. No, it's... She shook her head and took a moment to give possibly the biggest sigh her tiny frame could manage. An alternate timeline. This felt like something he should sit down for. Cat let go of her arms, then squatted, patting the spot next to him, then throwing his feet over the roof's edge when she joined him to sit. What happened? An Akuma fight? Wouldn't be the first one he didn't remember. You got Akumatized. Time froze before he took a breath. Sharp and cold. Cat Blanc? Yeah, she swallowed, not looking at him. Cat Blanc. He looked away. What happened? It was hard to talk. I'm not sure, actually. But, well, it's... What happened, Marinette? She stiffened, but he couldn't tell if it was his question or him using her name. You, killed me, basically. Cat couldn't respond to that, especially with other details missing. So, Hawkmoth got our Miraculouses? No. She shook her head. When you nicked that timeline's me, you also got Hawkmoth. And then? You fell into... She searched for a word he knew he wouldn't like. You fell into the depths of despair. And Bunnix pulled you into that timeline. And Bunnix pulled me into that timeline. He listened to a city for a moment, processing. Why didn't you tell me? Ladybug swallowed, bringing her knees to her chest and hugging them. Because, in that timeline, when you saw me as Ladybug, you... She had to push through her sentence. You called me Marinette. Oh. In the timeline he got akumatized in the timeline he killed her in, he knew her identity. Well, it makes sense that they'd grown apart now. It made sense that she relied more and more on Rena Rouge and the others instead of him. One way to ensure that timeline didn't happen was to make sure he didn't find out she was Marinette. He played himself, somehow, and didn't even have the opportunity to realize it. Well, he said, reaching over to lace his fingers with her. I'm about 25% less hurt about you concealing you being Ladybug as I dated MultiMouse. She narrowed her eyes, finally looking at him. That sounds familiar. Is that a Taylor Swift reference? Cat Noir laughed, throwing his head back as he gave her hand a squeeze. It's a rough reference to something somebody said about liking her music once. He straightened himself, pulling his legs into crisscross applesauce. I don't blame you for worrying, Ladybug. Her face twisted, a moment of what she'd consider weakness before smoothing out. You're my partner, she said, returning his squeeze. I always worry for you. Does it haunt you? Cat Plonk? Ladybug looked away, and that was enough of an answer. I'm sorry. It wasn't you. And even if it wasn't your fault. Somewhere, somehow, I hurt you deep enough to get you akumatized. You, with a father you ache for and loneliness unsurmountable. Well, that's... He couldn't refute it, but it's not something a girlfriend should say, right? Listen, the one we should be upset at is Hawkmoth, right? She looked up, nodding. Yeah. He couldn't discern the look in her eyes. As if on cue, a rumble shook glass paneling beneath them. Cat looked down, then at her, and grinned. Back in business? I'll go scout. You get whatever it is you need from your... Ladybug searched for a word. Father's house. He grinned, then leaned in to share a kiss. I'll be back, Bugaboo. Don't take too long, she said, standing and pulling out her yo-yo. And let you get all the action? He opened his baton, winking. As if. See you soon. Yeah, see you soon. His heart light, even after learning that in some timeline he'd killed Ladybug, even while knowing she's Marinette. Cat Noir took off, heading for his now childhood home, ready to be a burglar in black leather. He'd grab what he needed, then head straight for the Akuma fight. Besides, if he got caught, he could always play the superhero card. What could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 29.
Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir. In his father's house. It wasn't often Cat Noir was in this house during an Akuma fight, despite his father's attempts to protect him. The ghost town became something desolate whenever an Akuma fluttered by, the few traces of life frozen as if it were an open house instead of a guarded cavern. And it was unsettling. It was like how he remembered it in memories instead of the slow current of life it actually held. As silent as his namesake, Cat Noir slipped across the cool tile to his father's office. Without his phone, he wasn't sure when he'd be able to get another chance. Turning the knob, he pressed his ear to the door, listening for his father inside. Nothing. He must be with Natalie upstairs. Ever so slightly, then all at once, Cat pushed it open, running into the room with his baton out before sighing in relief that it was empty. Okay. Good. Truthfully, he wasn't ready to see his father again, masked or not. Cat turned to the shelves, picking up a framed photo of him and his mom. This was it. This was what he wanted to come back for. He stared at it for a moment, then shook his head. He needed to get to the Akuma fight. But he looked up at the commissioned painting of his mother, a take on Gustave Klimit's A Lady in Gold. His father took her on a date in New York during Fashion Week there, and she fell in love with it at the museum, so he had this done for her when he proposed. He hated to admit it, but he got his larger-than-life romantic pursuits from his father. Cat reached up to touch the canvas after stepping closer, but drew back when his fingers sank into it. That's not right. Paintings don't do that. At least, they're not supposed to. With his heart beating in his ears, Cat Noir ran his fingers across the canvas. Patches of the paintings sunk like buttons. What? He looked down, searching for the scribble he'd done as a child with a blue marker, and couldn't find it. This wasn't the original, at least not the commissioned one. But buttons? And for what? Was there some kind of surround sound system in here Father spoiled himself with for Friday nights or to intimidate business partners with? Sure, be comfy when you work from home, but that's kind of a flex. Were there other buttons? Forgetting the Akuma fight entirely, Cat Noir set down the framed photo and set to work studying the faux painting, finding button after button until he... Ugh! Cat Noir felt the floor jerk, barreling him downward so quickly it was a near miracle he didn't hit his head. It took a moment to focus, but when he did, he realized he was in the greenhouse. He was in his mother's greenhouse. His mother's greenhouse. Hadn't Father sealed this off? It was once an observatory, then an in-home runway for streaming events, then a garden for the harsh winters and to plant veggies during their off-season. Cat couldn't continue his inner struggle because, as he looked around, his eyes first settled on butterflies, then at the man staring at him. His jaw so low, a little Akuma could land inside and akumatize his tongue. Hawkmoth. Hawkmoth was here, in his mother's greenhouse runway observatory room. Hawkmoth. Here. And all Cat could do was stare, bum on the cold, hard floor, with his jaw open. Ladybug. He had to tell Ladybug.
Well,
Hawkmoth began, straightening himself.
looks like a stray found his way in.
I have a home, thank you very much,
Cat spat back. What other kind of small talk could you have with your arch nemesis in the house you grew up in?
Do you, Adrian?
Cat froze, his thumb over the button to call Ladybug.
What?
He rasped. He didn't know if it was a whisper or a yell, but he could taste the fear in his voice before chills spasmed across his shoulder and dived into his stomach. As Hawkmoth walked toward him, his gait ever so familiar, it clicked. It clicked, and he wished it hadn't because it was worse than whatever 2 a.m. terror he'd dreamed of. It was just one man behind all of his angst. Just one man who he shared a face with, growing more into his look-alike every day as testified by his bathroom mirrors. The man who trapped the city and the man who trapped his freedom were the same. His throat was too dry to speak, and the shock cost him, as Hawkmoth took advantage of his dropped guard and pushed him, sending him rolling across the floor, his head slamming into a metal railing post as he lost his grip on his baton. But he knew. He knew who this man was. Cat Noir stared up at him, eyes squinted as the lights blurred his face. Or maybe he'd hit his head too hard. He couldn't tell. He couldn't think straight. He needed to call Ladybug. Gabriel. With a sigh, Hawkmoth shook his head.
Oh, Adrian.
He straightened his posture, looking down at him.
I really wish you hadn't said that.
Chapter 30. Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir. Where had he gone wrong? The last 3 months were the closest thing Cat Noir felt to bliss since he'd tasted what it was like to care for another person deeply. Despite his father's harumphs and glares, his relationship with Marinette, in the open, in the sunlight, was something out of a storybook. The knowing glances across the classroom, the first kiss, and the same fluttering emotions for the next day's first kiss, and the next. It was perfect. Until it wasn't. It was perfect until he heard his father talking about how he was going to have her break up with him. It was like his time as Cat Noir. It was perfect until it wasn't. It was perfect until he learned his father was Hawkmoth. How's a guy supposed to recover from something like that? The only way out is through. Cat Noir stared at his father, pushing himself upright to rest against the post he'd hit his head on moments before.
Oh, Adrian,
his father said, leaving him to wonder just how much of his reality was fiction. He knew. For how long? Did he know about Marinette, too? Were they just pawns in his game?
I really wish you hadn't said that.
Cat gritted his teeth, holding eye contact. This was it. He'd lost. He'd lost and didn't even have a chance to fight. All this time, they'd been so close to the other, but his enemy found out first and had quite literally the upper hand.
"You're gonna die alone, old man."
Just yesterday, he would have never imagined speaking to his father this way. A lot can change overnight, like vegetables in a refrigerator drawer.
Oh, please. You thought you were slick with my state-of-the-art security system?
The cackle accompanying the truth electrified him like a chair, torturing him into shock and taking his breath away. He'd been careless. He thought he knew where all the cameras were, but apparently not. He'd also thought they sealed this room off and his father was just another fashion designer in mourning for his wife, grumpy with each day without her, but apparently not that either. Ladybug will win. The fight left him. He could probably get up, fight this man back, but years of defeat held him down. Why struggle?
Is that before or after I take that ring off you?
Cat scoffed.
You're stalling. Am I?
All right. Break time's over. Cat Noir pushed himself up. Surprised, Gabriel didn't make a move to stop him when he saw his baton behind his father. Oh.
"If you use the shock of me learning that Gabriel Grist is Hawkmoth," he said, louder than the space between them justified, "and that your lair was in the Agrest mansion all this time, and even now, then yeah, you would have gotten my ring, but you didn't. Because you can't."
It was a risk, but what would happen? He detransformed. It's not like Hawkmoth didn't know his identity.
You,
he began, but Cat cut him off.
"Cataclysm!"
Now it was a stare down between father and son. Hawkmoth couldn't get his ring, at least not for the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes was all he had, and then he might actually lose. But he wouldn't stand around. No, he didn't need to. For the next 5 minutes, Cat Noir was going to use all of his angst and bad luck fighting tooth for tooth against his nemesis and bully. He'd gotten good at dodging and only using one hand to shift his weight over the years, but wasn't sure just how much of that was his miraculous, his skill, or Ladybug's luck. But Ladybug wasn't here right now. But if his father was only Hawkmoth right now, with someone akumatized, then there's only so much he can do right now. This wasn't real trouble. Real trouble is when friends come along. He could only pray Ladybug noticed. But with his luck, he'd have to defeat Hawkmoth without her. Defeat Hawkmoth without her. Yet another thing that felt wrong. He should do this with her, and because of his own actions, he couldn't. So much for the tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir. Instead, this was a father and son showdown. A showdown he might not win alone, but he certainly wouldn't lose. But to his surprise, Hawkmoth turned his back on him, walking across the runway to the observatory's centerpiece.
"Oh, Adrian,"
he said, pressing a button with a grin.
"You have no idea what you're up against, do you?"
And with that, the cream centerpiece opened and revealed his mother. Her expression so at peace, she may even be sleeping. In front of him stood his parents, together, like a lie, and Cat Noir realized he had a decision to make. He had a decision to make, and only one cataclysm. Chapter 31. Adrien Agreste as Cat Noir. There was too much to process, and he didn't want to know the answer. Something was wrong with his mother. His father had money at his disposal and connections across the world, so if his mother was here in a vegetable coffin, it wasn't something money could fix. But then it clicked together. It reminded him of himself, Cat Blanc, in Marinette's words. Something had gone terribly, terribly wrong, and he'd hurt the person he'd loved. Had the same thing happened to his parents?
Is that...
He began, swallowing.
Your mother? Yes, she...
Because of a miraculous? Hawkmoth's face tightened. Then he sighed.
I told her not to do it, Adrian.
The way his father's voice fell stirred something inside him. The father he had in his memories was a soft man, delicately scared of the world but still ventured out thanks to the efforts and cooing of his extroverted wife. The man from his memories stood in front of him for a moment. His mask dropped before adjusting himself into the role of villain once more.
All of this for... It'll be worth it.
The Ladybug and Cat Noir Miraculous. He nodded.
Don't you want her back too?
Reset the timeline.
Or create a new one.
He needed to make a move. He needed to, but the sight in front of him, the news that delivered blow after blow before he could so much as bleed out, put his brain into shock, a trauma that unlocked the freeze of fight, flight, and appeasement.
You really don't know anything, do you? Excuse me?
There were so many other ways you... Cat tried to clear his throat, his cursed hand still hovering in front of him. It doesn't matter if you turn this into a dead timeline, He couldn't finish his sentence. Never had he been more disgusted.
Don't you love her?
Hawkmoth turned to his mother's body. Don't. Cat couldn't keep his composure, crumbling like a cataclysm. Don't do this to me. You can end this here.
And why would I do that?
Just give me your Miraculous. Cat Noir hesitated. Dad? Hawkmoth narrowed his eyes.
I could say the same to you, son. What if we worked together? What if you convinced your little bugaboo to our side? Surely she'd see it would undo trauma after trauma for her city.
What kind of twisted man had sorrow made him? No, Father, that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. How much longer did he have before his transformation wore off?
A shame,
he sighed.
I should have grabbed your little mouse girlfriend when I had the chance.
His blood ran cold. Marinette. He knew. Did he know she was a ladybug too, then? Leave her out of this.
I will say, I've never been a Lady Noir shipper, as that blogger puts it, even before I knew you were, well, you.
Hawkmoth sighed, still smirking.
But Cat and Mouse? I'll say, You two are cute, with and without the mask.
He knew. He knew Marinette was MultiMouse, but at least Ladybug's identity was safe. For now. Hawkmoth's face twitched, as if he fought a spasm, and Cat Noir recognized it. They cleansed the Akuma. He was now a ticking clock, batteries set to die in 5 minutes. A magical shield for only 5 minutes. Unfortunately, Cat didn't have that long either. His ring beeped, his cataclysm ready to go, but without time to use it. No use risking hurting something or someone by accident. Cat looked at his hand, then lowered it to the side as he walked forward. Hawkmoth raised an eyebrow, but stepped back when he saw what he approached. Cat Noir, rather, Adrien Agreste, went to get a better look at his mother. Oh, his ever-sweet mother. How could he have let this happen? How could he play God like this?
You've made the right choice, son,
Hawkmoth said, as if he had the upper hand. Foolish, foolish man. Has everything been a facade from the start? No wonder he got the Miraculous that got others to do his dirty work for him. It's a shame he hadn't gotten his baton to have a face-off with him. 2 enemies dueling for dominance. But no, Cat didn't want that. He was tired. He was oh so tired of truth and standing up for himself. He was tired of betrayal, both small and grandiose. He wanted to rest. He was done being a superhero, even with the intoxicating freedom it came with. He'd always been caged, a part of a bigger scheme, by the man in front of it, and he couldn't escape it even when running away. So instead, he pressed his hand to the box holding his mother, hearing a whiz behind him. If this was something medicine couldn't fix, then it was likely medicine wasn't keeping her alive either. She didn't need a shrine for a villain to worship. He'd take her to the monks if he made it out of here. For now, he'd gamble his luck. His luck that was never in his favor unless Ladybug was by his side. Cat Noir detransformed as he touched the metal, cold and chilling as light traveled across and off his body, a stunning contrast to the decay unraveling in front of him like something out of a Tim Burton film.
Adrian!
He didn't turn to look at his father, even when his hand landed and jerked his shoulder back.
What have you done?
Adrian smirked.
Bought time.
Like something out of a fever dream, Ladybug tackled Hawkmoth, her legs wrapping around his stomach as her arms tightened around his neck and chest, like a fangirl glomp he'd seen in manga, only with the opposite energy.
What are you?
You picked the wrong spot to take down Ladybug and Cat Noir in! Ladybug yelled, wrestling his father to the floor. Behind her were silhouettes of others, of his partners. But she couldn't tell who she brought with from here. It didn't matter. Adrian turned his attention to his mother as butterflies flapped around him. If he wasn't already emotionally numb, he might just reach out and take one for himself. But no. For now, he was going to help his mother. Adrian was going to help his mother, or whatever part of his mother that was left. Chapter 32. Adrien Agreste. There were moments over the week following finding out his father was Hawkmoth that made Adrian wonder if he should have let himself get akumatized. Because then at least this ever-throbbing ache in his chest would dull. But that was the weak option, and he knew it, which meant he couldn't tell anyone. He couldn't tell anyone how stiffly he walked while taking the high road. The most jarring outcome wasn't even his mother, or the revelation that felt like betrayal from his father. It was that, despite his actions to make his life his own, Adrian ended up back at the Agrest mansion. He spent the last 7 days sleeping in the bedroom he used to sneak out of, and did so willingly. Was there any part of his life that was his, not predestined or manufactured? Something he earned on his own? Well, the answer to that was, overwhelmingly, yes. He'd earned his mask, and if there was a tool to measure worthiness, he'd probably be at the top. He'd gotten his Miraculous from Master Fu from doing a nice, if not good, deed, and he had chance after chance to lose it, but he'd earned the respect of his partner and masked co-workers. Without his father's help, Adrian earned a place in this world all on his own. Even so, over the week he took to help himself adapt, Adrian shut out the world. It helped that they didn't go public with Hawkmoth's identity. On day 2, without an akumatization, the news joked about getting a break. But by day 4, they were begging for interviews, asking the heroes to share what they knew. But by day 7? Well, by day 7, Adrian stopped paying attention to the news because he was busy making bread. For the first time in years, Adrian explored the building he grew up in. He'd told the staff to take a vacation and, with the Dupeng Changs on speed dial, he turned it into his home. Well, he started to, at least. Did Tom have to come help him rewire the chandelier when he tried to use a cleaner on it after keeping it on all night? Yes, because the bulbs exploded and he thought he broke the entire thing, so naturally he tugged on it and twisted the insides enough to cause a short. Did Sabine have to show him how to properly wash and season a cast iron? Yes, and he was already trying to figure out how to apologize to the chef when he came back from vacation. And did Marinette, well, MultiMouse, help him explore every nook and cranny of his father's office? Also yes. And they found the Peacock Miraculous in Natalie's room. Yet another harsh truth that stung like a plucked feather. He didn't know what happened to her, or even his parents. He didn't want to know. Not yet. His team took the next steps as he recovered from the shock of it all. It's not like anyone knew how to respond to their teammate's dad being their arch nemesis. Even Adrian didn't know how to respond, but there was a small validation to it. He never would have to doubt that his teenage rebellion was just that. Instead of angst, it came from a place of a victim, constantly gaslighted and restrained to the point of abuse. If he'd found out the truth about his father before deciding to leave, he might have actually become Cat Blanc. He might have actually become the Cat Blanc Marinette feared. She'd opened up about it a bit more over the week, mostly with his prying. The worst part was that he could see it happening. If anything between them happened a step differently, be it him not overhearing the breakup as his father's idea, or learning Hawkmoth's identity, or finding out his mother was still existing, he would have gotten akumatized. It wasn't a question of if. He would have. And Marinette saw that timeline. Marinette feared that timeline. But now they were in a timeline where they stayed together, and he found love in her parents and freedom in the house that caged him. Now Adrian was in a timeline where he was happy. Cat? Cat Noir sauntered into the Dupang Chang bakery, surprising Marinette and everyone on the street corner. It was the first time the public saw a mask in a week, much less seeing a superhero run errands. Hey! He slapped a bill on the counter, grinning. Got any of those cheese-stuffed croissants? What, you spoiling your cleaning staff? She shot back, grinning. She, as MultiMouse, and Plag got to know each other well as they shared opposite corners of a dust cloth in the sanctum Hawkmoth operated out of.
Cleaning staff? Yes.
He scratched his chin, nonchalantly posing for the phones behind him.
But I actually have plans to go out to dinner with my girlfriend tonight.
Marinette raised an eyebrow as she handed him a paper bag. Oh? The two of you have plans?
Something nice and fancy.
Does it require her to sneak in? He laughed, shaking his head.
No. As much as I love nostalgia, there's no reason to act like we used to. You know? It'll be nice to go out together without masks.
Marinette blinked a few times, then looked away as she tucked some loose hair out of the way. Oh? What time?
I'm thinking about an early dinner. Around 5, you know?
That sounds delightful. She looked back with a tooth-filled smile. I'm almost jealous.
Yes, well, just because we're dating doesn't mean I don't want to stop impressing her, if you know what I mean.
Wow, so modest. He winked and took his change.
Have a good one.
He dropped his voice, hand lingering over hers as he curled fingers around the coins.
Little mouse.
Their smiles matched as he turned away, and he could tell from the weight of the bag she'd put in more than his order. The question he'd wonder all the way home would be if she spoiled Plag or him. Hopefully he'd win with the boyfriend card, but Plag, despite his attitude and burps, was pretty cute. With a spring in his step, Cat Noir returned home, still going through his bedroom window as he always did, but for a different reason than he used to. Adrian didn't have to sneak around anymore. Now the only thing he had to hide was his mask, not his feelings and time. Chapter 33. Adrien Agreste picking up his girlfriend for dinner. How did this all start again? Adrian couldn't remember. Maybe it was Marinette dropping off homework for him as MultiMouse. Maybe it was him falling for his partner, Ladybug. Maybe it was when he realized he'd rather kiss her over Chloe during a school project. Or maybe it was the part of him that always wanted her to like him, spurred by a nasty first impression that left her scowling and himself anxious. Maybe, in a different life, a different timeline, he wouldn't have given her his umbrella as a sign of good faith, and ruined his relationship with Ladybug down the road when she found out that the rich boy in her class was her so-called chivalrous partner. But maybe it didn't matter how they got here. Maybe their history was just a footnote, because the only thing that mattered was what decisions they'll take together moving forward now that they've arrived in this version of time.
Actually, as the door opened and Adrian saw Marinette standing in a silver dress, shaped like something out of a 1960s American catalog with a sweetheart neckline and sleeves poking just past her elbows, he didn't care how they got here anymore.
"Hello, little mouse,"
he said, his heart beating faster than usual, heating his chest as he tried not to gaze. "Little mouse?" She raised an eyebrow, not moving from her spot.
The dress.
And that her parents knew she was MultiMouse, but not that she was Ladybug. "Oh!" Marinette looked down at the color, realizing her faux pink diamond necklace and baby pink heels added to the cosplay. "Oh, I suppose," she laughed.
"Look, you look great, Marinette."
"Thanks." Her smile matched his, the kind you try to keep demure but can't help the excitement leaking through.
Shall we?
Yeah. She turned around, like she was looking for something, then grabbed her purse and nearly tripped on the rug walking toward him.
Here.
He put her hand in his, and they both smiled. Thanks.
Anytime.
Are we walking?" He glanced at her heels, then shook his head.
"I have a car."
"Oh!" She narrowed her eyes. "Who's driving?" Heat bit at the back of his neck.
"I am."
"You're 16!
I have a permit.
You still need an adult in the car?" Well, she was right about that one. And here he wanted to show off. Adrian had snuck out multiple times to get it behind his father's back. Tom poked his head in, smirking.
"You need an adult,"
he boomed. "Tom," Sabine said from the kitchen. And that was how Adrian, sitting in the driver's seat, stained his dress shirt with sweat as he navigated Paris's streets with Tom Dupang next to him, his girlfriend and her mother making remarks from the back seat the entire time. It's also how Adrian found himself in front of a sushi conveyor belt, sitting between his girlfriend and her father. This was not how he planned on the evening going. It wasn't how he planned it, but somehow it still sparkled, perhaps even brighter than his polished plans. Marinette loved her parents. Marinette loved him. So maybe this was a natural step. Maybe this was his new normal. Maybe, with a little luck, Adrian hadn't lost his family this week after all.
"So, what's going on at school?"
he asked, filling in the conversation as Tom took a bite, freeing them from a conversation about yeast development from a Puerto Rican food scientist.
"Oh!"
Marinette put a hand to her mouth to finish chewing.
"So, we're submitting for our work studies."
I see."
He felt the weight of the topic rub his back. He'd always assumed his father would take over, but now that it was his choice?
Did you submit yours yet?"
Adrian looked from his plate to Tom brushing rice out of his mustache.
"I was thinking of getting an apprenticeship at a bakery."
He couldn't hold eye contact with Tom, but the clap on his back stung the truth like a vaccine. Marinette's smile grew as she looked between him and her father, who nodded as Adrian looked up. "Are you sure?" Sabine asked, ever the voice of reason. "You could run your family business, you know. From what Marinette's told me, there's some switching of management. It'd be the perfect time to get your foot in the door.
He's 16!
Tom raised both his hands.
Let him study what he wants to. Besides, his trust fund is big enough for him to choose the wrong career a few times. Isn't that right?
Adrian wasn't sure how to respond, or if bringing up his bank account would be rude.
Maybe?
Come on, kiddo. We start at 3 every morning. I'll even set out some cheese.
He laughed and realized that, despite his reservations, this was the right choice. He'd made so many choices leading up to this moment, relying on luck and chance, but his gamble paid off. Once upon a time, Adrian thought Marinette wasn't Ladybug, but MultiMouse brought a little luck his way nonetheless. Now he knew. The luck was never in the Miraculous. The sparkle she held was all her own. Marinette was his lucky charm. Marinette was his lucky charm, so it was only right he become a part of her family. At the end of it all, the week he lost everything, he found what he truly wanted. And it was all because he greeted a little mouse squeaking in his bedroom. Even though her parents were watching, Adrian turned, pressing his palms to Marinette's jawline to plant a quick kiss, heart racing like an Akuma fight.
I'll be seeing you first thing each morning, then.
He grinned, his stomach doing somersaults as Tom's chopsticks broke between his fingers. Marinette was his lucky charm. Marinette was his little mouse. Marinette was his ladybug. And Marinette was his first true love. And that's an ending Adrian could get behind, even if it came with stern looks from Tom Dupang as his wife giggled with amusement. Thank you so much for listening. That was Hello Little Mouse, the complete series. If you've made it this far and haven't subscribed, what are you doing? Smash that subscribe button, hit a like, please. If you want to go one step further to support this channel, don't forget to leave a comment for the YouTube algorithm. It does really help. And if you aren't sure what to comment, put, "I watched it all!" ! Thanks for sticking around. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye!